ウォーキングの反則を取りました。
こうやったんだぞ。
ゲイリー・スカー198センチなんですがタップダンスを踊り始めました。足が長いですよね。
長いですね。
ケンタッキー大学時代はオールアメリカンのメンバーに選ばれた経験を持っています。全米大学選手権でもモーストバリアブルプレイヤーに選ばれました。このゲイリー・スカー選手
だけど間違ってもね、彼らがやってるから我々もやっていいんだろうなって、子供がこういうふざけた真似はしないようにしてもらいたいんですよね。
そうですね、本当危険ですもんね。
彼らにはもうそういうちゃんとタイミングとかね、それからそれをかわす術とかそういう技、テクニック、ファンダメンタルがついてるわけですから、できてるわけですからね。
そうですね。
四つに立ちましたけどね、今。
微妙にあるフォーメーション変えてますか？
そうですね、やっぱりいろんなさっきみたいにウィーブ使ったり、大きく広がったりですね、それから速いスピードでやったりですね、
やりました。しかしシュートは見事に入っています。キャプテンのウォルター・ネッドが見事なしかし持ち上げられてシュートを打ったんですからね。
だからバランスは崩れてなかったですからね。
42歳の超ベテラン、カリフォルニアチーフスの、生まれた当初からこのチームにおりまして、キャリア16年の歴史を持つチーフスと共に歩んできましたウォルター・ネッドキャプテン。
だけどあれですね、足が細いですね。
そうですね、
すごい細さですね。
もう一人このハーレムグローブトロッターズの中には例のツイニー・サンダースという選手がいるんですよね。この人が2メーター3センチで79キロなんですよね。
そうですね、ですからもうスレンダーでもいいところで膝を故障しちゃって、今度出てきてませんけどね。
ニックネームツイニーっていうのがね、細い昔よく流行しましたね。
ツイニーというのはね、女の子で言いましたけどね。
スリースローはカリフォルニアチーフスのキャプテンのウォルター・ネッドであります。じゃあ待っていますこれはもう本来ならばテクニカルファウルは十分に取られます。
退場ってんですよ。
27番のゲイリー・スカーがやりやっています。
磯部さん、
はいはい、
今レフェリーにはね、27番のフッカさんにコートから出ろーって言っていいんですよ。
やっぱり退場したんだよね。だけど出ないんだもんね。
さてトロッターズも速いローリングからデビューした、これは素晴らしいプレーですよね。
今の一連のプレーなんかはね、一生懸命真似してもいいプレーだと思いますよ。
それからこれからバスケットを学ぼうとする子供たち、高校生ハンドリングが素晴らしいというところね。
ハンドリングの素晴らしさとね、それからあとはよくいろんなところを見てるってことですよね。最も一番見てるのはボールを見てるわけですけどね。そういうのなんか大いに真似して楽しんでいいんじゃないかと思いますね。
そうですね。カリフォルニアチーフスボール、5番のジェフ・アームストロング、キャプテンのネッドのシュート45度短い。しかし14番のバリー・ウェストンがよく大きな体で動きますよね。
そうですね。ですからくらいの大きな感じでも一生懸命鍛えればですね、瞬発力ありますよね。パワーもありそうだしね。
今のはパチンと音がしましたが、パティ叩いてましたね。
そうですよ。
これはどう入れる？ハイポストにパスが当たりましたが、惜しいシュートでした。ハーレムグローブトロッターズ、今度はどういうフォーメーションで攻めていきますか？
これはトラベリングになりそうですよ。
これは股間タッチです。ジルバ踊り中ましたよ。驚きました。
コマーシャルにあったような同じようなアシステントですよね。
シティという言葉がありますけども、バスケットとのいわゆるシティスポーツですよね。
もう完全なシティスポーツでね、そのシティスポーツが何かというとですね、ハーレムグローブトロッターズの名前の由来のハーレムというのはニューヨークですよね。ニューヨークのハーレムにいる人たちので作ってるチームということですから、それで昔はですね、皆さんご存知の通りバスケットはマサチューセッツのスプリングフィールドで生まれたんだけど、それが一番盛んになったのが、フィラデルフィアとかニューヨーク、あの辺の東部のですねビッグシティですね、そういうところでプレーされてたわけですね。ですから昔の創世紀のプロバスケットボールはすごいハンドリングですね。ちょっとそれ見ましょうか。
低い位置でね。
で当時のですねチームの中で これはシリアスな意味でのプロバスケットボールで有名なのがオリジナルセルティックスというチームがあるんですけど、初めはニューヨークセルティックスという名前でやって今NBA でプレーオフで活躍しているボストンセルティックスとはまた違うんですけど、そのオリジナルセルティックス、それから黒人だけでチームを作ってたルネッサンスとか、あとはですね、いろんなそういういいチームがいっぱいあるんですよね。そういうチームがその頃は競ってやってて、それがだんだんと全米的な規模になっていったということなんですね。でその中でやっぱり忘れられないのはですね、トロイ・トロージャンってこれはニューヨークのチームなんですよ。これも有名でしたね。それからクリーブランド・ローゼンブラムというチームも有名なんですよ。そういうチームが勝ってはですね、シリアスなプロバスケットボールとして非常に歴史に残るチームなんです。
さて、
会場です
会場ですか。パティ、今何言ってますか？
ですね、もう27番の福川さんなんですけど、どうしても私がシュートしたいんだよって言いながらレフリーと喧嘩してるんですよ。でも、向こうのね、キッズの5番のためにシュートはダメなんだって言って、喧嘩ばっかりしてるよね。
そうですか。もうパティもいい加減呆れているような感じですけどね、頑張ってくださいね。第3クォーターも40秒切りました。ほとんど時間がなくなっております。ジグザグパス、そしてこうして、例の27番のフッカーのところに行きました。そしてまた速いパスワークです。走ってます。半分歩いているような感じです。左の足を拭ってもらいました。そしてボールはレフェリーに渡った。ブッキ・ミラーさんのところに渡りまして、
アマチュアのルールで
今場内アナウンスになっていましたが、
レフリータイムアウト取りましたよ。
レフリータイムアウトですか。今日はユンガン体育館、本当にもう5000以上といいますか、超満員ですね。
そうですね、随分立ち見の方が大勢いて、もう暑いですね。ムンムンするくらいですね。放送席に今
突如水が飛んできました。
コーラのカートが飛んできまして、磯部さんがびっくりして手で払いのけました。これはパティさんもあれですね、瞬発力ありますね。
おかげさまでバスケット長年やっておりましてね、資料がめちゃくちゃになりますけど、パティ、2人は今何言ってるんですか？仲間はあれですかね。
磯部さん、今2人とも喧嘩してるんですよ。1人はあなたのね、それでもう1人の方は、じゃああげるよって言って今。
コートサイドにね、お客さんは先ほどからハンドバッグ取られたり、本当にバケツで水を持ってきました。
今コーチに聞きますね。
お願いしますよ。
What's going on out here? Is your team mad at each other?
I believe so.
今ね、どうしようかわかんないって、お互い喧嘩してんじゃないのって、どうしようかなって、どうなってるかわかんないんだよって言ってました。
そうですか。武井さんの、
今らレフリーが一番被害を被りましたね。
もう完全にびっしょりだ。
真似していいものと悪いものとちゃんと自分たちで考えてやるということですね。
いや今コートサイドのね、
びっくりして、
肝を冷やしたんじゃないでしょうか。
高校生ぐらいの中学生かな、そのぐらいの子たちだけど、びっくりしてね、水ぶっかけないかと思ったら新聞紙のあれでしたね、紙吹雪でしたね。
さあタイムアウトを解けました。ハーレムグローブトロッターズボール。博覧します。18番ジミー・ブラックロックが登場しております。
売り物ですね。
さっきはグライド・オースティンがやっていましたが、
今度はこっちはやりますね。
ジミー・ブラックロックは30歳、キャリア1年代です。すごい。ジミー・ブラックロック、この体勢に見たんですね。
ですけど今ちゃんとタイムアウトまでやったでしょ。ドンぴったりと比べてやるんですね。それだけの5秒残ってたんですよね。
シュートが入ってブザーが鳴って55対42になって、
磯部さん、クォーターのフィニッシュでね、ちゃんとすごいいいプレーで決めたブロックロックさんにインタビューしたいと思いますけど。
お願いします。
Hi, Mr. Jim. How are you doing? You just did a real good play. How do you think your condition is today?
My condition?
Yeah.
Physically?
Yeah. Are you in good condition?
Of course, always.
We play every night, so we have to be in good shape.
あ、今日はとっても調子がいい良さそうですよ。
先ほどの動きを見ていればね、調子は良さそうですよね。
すごい感謝してるって。
そうですか。はい。
ジミーさんね、今パティが聞いた時にね、彼が言ったのはね、コンディションはどうかった、フィジカルなコンディションかと言ったでしょ。要するに身体的なね、気持ちではなくて、調子はいい、もちろんいいよと、いつでもいいんだということはね、やっぱりプロの一つのね、表れですよね。調子悪いなということは言えませんよね。
ジミー・ブラックロックさんはアシスタントコーチも務めておりまして、ヘッドコーチのテックス・ハリソンさんを助けております。ブラックロックさんはもうこのグローブトロッターズ、若いメンバーと言われておりますけども、7年経ちます。
磯部さん、このコートはね、この間までアジア女子の選手権大会やってましたよね。あれはかなりもう真剣なもんでしてね、日本が出られるか出られないかとかね、世界選手権の予選に出られるかね。それからここでもって日本リーグも行われますし、インカレも行われますしね、もちろん天皇杯も行われるわけですよ。だけど同じコートを使って同じバスケットをやってるんだけど、こうも違うんですね。そこが見どころだと私は、非常に抽象的かもしれないけど、それも一つの見どころだと思いますよ。
16年ぶりに日本にやってまいります、ハーレムグローブトロッターズ、実に56年の歴史を誇っております。今までその実際にこのトロッターズ、メンバーは変わっていますけれども、10億人の人が実際その競技場に足を運んでみたという記録が残ってますよね。
それだけですね、魅力がなかったら見に行かないですからね、皆さんお金払うわけだから、そうですね、魅力のないものにお金を払うことは私は必要ないと思うし、私だったらしませんけど、ですけどそれだけ払って見たいと思うくらいね、やっぱり魅力があるんですよ。そしてヨーロッパ、アメリカではそして日本でも今テレビ特典やっておりますけれども、テレビを通じて見た人というのは十数億人ぐらいになるんですよね。そうですよね、やっぱりそのカバーエリア広いですからね。ですからやっぱりこういうバスケットもですね、楽しみでバスケットの辛いバスケットもあるんです。苦しいバスケットもあります。ですけどこういう楽しいのもあるから、たまには16年に1点ぐらいは楽しんでもいいんじゃないですかね。ですから NBA もまた楽しみですけども、こういうバスケットも楽しみだと思います。
カリフォルニアチーフス長身のバリーズが今シュートを決めています。速攻です。15番のオースティンが登場してシュート外れた、珍しい。そしてもう1回か、リバウンドはチーフスが取りました。カリフォルニアチーフス7番のフリーマン・スパークス、そして速いパスワークでゼッケン5番のジェフ・アームストロングに行きました。スパークスの体勢横になってシュート、これは外れた。シュート、これも外れた。長身 2m11cm のスチュワート・ハウスがリバウンドを取りました。56対43であります。
凄まじい考えたああいうこともできるんだよね。
第4クォーター、もうこれが最後なんですけれども、残り時間は6分15秒を切っています。58対45。ダンバーが9点点です。5番からうまくチーフスがリバウンドを取りまして速攻になんとか行こうとするんですがダメ。ディフェンスもしかし早い戻りですよね。
そうですね、早いですね。だからこれは一生懸命やってるっていうことですよ。
今レサーモストロングがサイドライン付近からシュートを打ちましたが、この人のサイドライン付近のシュートはね、なかなか
鋭いですね。
そして26番のオズボーン・ロックハートが入れ替えしました。これはどうか、これも入ります。この辺りになりますとほぼ 100% という感じがしますね。さてホイッスルが鳴りまして
メンバーチェンジですね。
メンバーチェンジになりました。
一人子供連れてっちゃった。坊や連れてかれちゃった。
スイフ・ダンバーが坊やを連れてきました。
レフェリーの影で見えないかもしれないですけど、今度は見えますね。ほら
パッティ、
これはフリースローさせようってんじゃないですか。
そうですよ。それでレフェリーの方ですね、彼がね厳しすぎてね、
まともにシュートさせるのかと思ったら逆サイドのリングの一番遠いところにシュートしろって言ってますけどね。入るか。
この子は上手ですね。
ワンマートライですね。
はい
前ですね。
前ですね。
惜しいな。
おそらくミニバスケットかなんかやってるんじゃないでしょうかね。
ソックスが下がってちゃダメだって。
はいはい。もうちょっと前です。
入りましたよ。やっぱり子供の方が起きてないですね。
そうですね。今のシュートは見事でしたね。なかなか
あっちのベンチに座れたんじゃないですか。座れないです。
選手を交換しろとね。お前はもういらないと。42歳だからね。お前がベンチ観客席で。41番のキャプテン格のスイートダンバーがね。ペナントをゴーヤに立ち上げるんですね。
こういうのはいいですよね。大変だな、みんなにお辞儀しなくちゃならない。
まあ久しぶりにトロッターズ来日とありまして、在日米軍の方ですか、あとアメリカの方がですね、今日は余韻随分来てますよね。
そうですね。外人の方いろいろ家族連れで楽しみで見てますね。小さいお嬢ちゃんとか男の子見てますけど楽しそうですね。
そうですね。さあ最終クォーターも残り時間が3分10秒を切りました。スイートルダンバーを中心にして10番から開脚シュート。18番ジミー・ブラックロ62対49です。サイドシュート。ボックスをノータッチで決まりました9番のブライアン・マコーリック。
今のなんかもですね、ジョン通りなんでしょ。ちゃんとジャンプして足を開いてね、空中で体がバランスを取れるようにしてね。で指でピシッと指先で持って弾いてシュートしましたよね。今度はぶつけられて、これは伸びたってトレーナーが飛んでくる。今の長い足ですね、これ。長いですね。
私ども身長ぐらいあるんじゃないかと思いますが、今のカリフォルニアキーストのメンバーが、スイートダンバーのね、背中で支えてたんですよね。それをちょっと支えに取れたんで彼倒れてしまったんですけどもね、ちょっと大げさな感じはしますけれども、トレーナーが出て今直してますね。今回両チームについているトレーナーはローン・スタンホームさんでありますが、パティ、泣いてますね。
泣いてるんですよ。それがなんて泣いてるか知ってます？
なんて言ってますか？
お腹が空きましたよって泣いてるんですよ。
そういうプレッシャーからお腹が空いちゃったのかな。
これは完全に演技です。エンターテインメントの、集合といいますか、ハーレムグローブトロッターズ。このまま無理やりフリースローをさせました。さてどんな会話ですか？
なんか足を届いて、
フリースローレーンを踏むなというんでしょ。フリースローレーンを踏んじゃダメだぞって。
はい。ふらふらしています。
早く打て。
早くシュートしろってね。
ボールがついている。ついに小道具を持ち出しました。さあ試合時間はあと2分を切ります。
パティが今度は被害者だ。
パティのところに行ってね、今
怖かったよ。
ゴム付きのボール。
このボールはね、あれだけのスピードで当たると脳震盪を起こす人もいますからね。
そうですね。9人の中では本当に一番大きいボールじゃないですかね。
そうですね、一番大きいし重いですし硬いですからね。あれ本当にまともに当たったらあれですね、ボクシングのパンチ食らったのと同じようですね。
そうですね。これは規格外のボールですね。
中に重りでも入ってるかな。
よくアスレチックに行きますと、あれよりもう一回り大きい重いボールでね、よくボディに落として、
そうですね。そうですね。ボクサーが ボテ打たれても平気なようにね、
そうですね、
やるパンチングボールみたいなのありますけどね。
あのボールもかなり重いんじゃないですかね。
重たいでしょうね。
大事そうにダンバーが今自分ベンチに持っていきました。ボールを
このボールはどういうボールか。
日本製の今度のボールはどうでしょうか。パティなんて言ってますか。
今度のボールはどうでしょうかねって自分で言ってんですよ。はい、はい
おお、いったって正解ということですね。
はい。さあこのボールを使って試合再開であります。ボールが落ちてこない。ゲリー・スカーが
ネットに指突っ込んでますからね。
これはもう完全に得点ですね。
そうですね。
はい、62対53であります。野球になりました。野球になりました。ピッチャーがオズボーン・ロックハートであります。バッターが41番のルー・ダンバー。まさか本当に打ちはしないでしょう。1分を切りました。
おお、打っちゃった。
天井が出ました。ちゃんと設定されてます。三角ベースになってますね。これはタッチアウトでしょう。本当に楽しい、ショーをご覧いただいておりますが、最終クォーター、もう時間が1分を切っています。ほとんど時間がありません。しかしですね、このどたくさに紛れたカリフォルニアチーフがどんどんさ
すがにすごいショットですね。この学校も凄まじいけども、残り32秒ですね。
チーフもポイント。しかし今のもう一回見たいですね。
そうですね。
果たして見せてくれるかどうか。20秒まもなく切ります。
ハーフラインからのフックですからね。変則フックでね。
今度はどういうシュートを見せるか。ダンバーです。同じようにジグザグパス。ダンバーがヘディング。そして股間を通ったバンキングショット。27秒。
残り7秒ですね。
はい、7秒。ほとんど時間がありません。チーフスいいシュートを見せます。さあ残り7秒でグローブトロッターズがどういうシュートを見せるか。
66の57ですね。
今時計が止まってますね。
止めちゃったんですね。
止めちゃったんですか。これは
オフィシャルがなんかニヤニヤ笑って
今動きました。肩車ダンクショット。完全なスクラムダンクショットで終了いたしました。
スクラムダンクじゃなくてスクラムダンクですね。
スクラムダンクね。竹内さん、本当に代々木第二体育館に集まった大勢のお客様が盛大な拍手を送ってくれた。この拍手でなんとなく分かるような感じがしますね。
ですからここにおいでの方は皆さんですね、ハーレム・グローブ・トロッターズはショーのバスケットボールでそれを最大に面白く見せてくれるエンターテイナーの集団だと。でその中にも今日はしっかりしたバスケットのプレーもしているということででしょうね。
今日は本当に56周年を迎えましたハーレムグローブトロッターズが16年ぶりに日本にやってまいりまして、カリフォルニアチーフスと対戦した素晴らしい、ショーバスケットボールをご覧いただきました。今日はどうも竹内さんありがとうございました。
どうもありがとうございました。
そして今日は忙しいレポートでしたけれども、パティ・リンさんに、ベンチサイドレポートをお願いいたしました。パティどうもありがとう。
どうもありがとう。
どうも竹内さんどうもありがとうございました。
どうも楽しませてもらいました。
それではハーレムグローブトロッターズの素晴らしい技の数々をこれからご覧いただきながら代々木第二体育館からお別れいたしたいと思います。ハーレムグローブトロッターズのボール、まさにね、17番のオビー・ダッドソン。いやもう本当に、相手チームそしてレフェリーを交わってほら大丈夫だったって当ててました。トロッターズボール正面、これはちょっと次のところですが、これが得意なグライド・オースティンのリグダルドリブルですね。 ですね、そのどたくさに紛れたカリフォルニア
おひれにし週刊就職情報と
入れちゃったんじゃないか、下から入れたのかと思いますけどね。
はいはい、これが3位ですね、テレンス・スタンズベリー。このコンテストは3回シーンがありましてね、1回目、2回目、彼はほとんど満点だったんだけど、プレッシャーがかかって3回目の大役でした。
なるほど。はい、これは
これがご存知、マイケル・ジョーダン、シカゴブルーズのルーキーです。
いやー、すごいですね。
すごいバネですね。
このジャンプ力、これ人間トランポリンと考えていいですね。
はい。
おーっと、上には上があります。ついに1位ですか。
はい、これが優勝したアトランタ・ホークスのドミニク・ウィリキンですね。
まあ、それでまいりました。振り向けばダンク、行き過ぎてもダンク、はい、何が何でもダンク、これでございますね。ほとんど自己顕示欲の塊のようなですね、このシュートも出てまいりましたね。
この大会ね、古舘さん、はい、優勝すると1万2000ドルだと300万円もらえるんですよね。
はあ、いいですよ、
なかなかいいですね。
すごい音がしましたね。ブルズ、素晴らしい一発がウーリッチに、おー、派手なダンク、これももう一度見てみましょう。マシューズのフェイクがあります。これで当然やれるんですよ、シュート。だけどこうね、自分の仲間に渡すウーリッチがスラムダンクで一発ぶち込み、牽制やってます、順手で勢い余って。まあ、ピストンズも負けじとロングがレイアップで決めましてですね、121対119とリードいたします。そしてジョーダンであります。シュートははい、外れるんですが自分で落としはします。責任感が強いです、ジョーダン。これで延長戦でありますね。密談しております。さあ、そしてパスを受けたジョーダンが切り込んで、これはどうでありましょうか。このシュートは決まるか。決まりました。結局ジョーダン大活躍。シカゴブルーズがですね、139対126で大勝します。結構親衛隊のようなギャルもいたりして羨ましい感じがいたします。さあ、続いて白のユニフォームフィラデルフィア76ers対ブルーのユニフォームニューヨークネッツの一戦なんですが、試合後半の模様をご覧いただいているわけなんですが、まあすごいですね。はい、ネッツ2番のスパロー、なかなかここでですね、パスを出せないわけです。困ってるんです。で、すごいパスが当たりがして、受けたキングがこれを決めたという、ちょっと早すぎたんで、もう一度スローでサービスしますね。これはですね、キングがディフェンスを振り切りましてですね、パスを受けるわけなんですね。ためらっちゃいけない、仲間に思い切ってパスをした。そしてキングが決めるこの日46ポイントとですね、お見事なプレーシーンでございます。さて、残り25秒、リバウンドを取ったマローンでありますが、バークレーにロングパス、これがなんと決まっちゃうんです。そしてダンク、結局これが決勝点となりましてですね、フィラデルフィア76ersが131対129で勝ちを収めたわけです。白のユニフォームジョージタウン大学対今度ユニフォームビラノバ大学の一戦でありますが、トップ25のですね2位のジョージタウン大がかなり苦戦しておりますね。ビラノバ大のウェルバーがレイアップシュートを決めまして、まず5対0としたわけであります。さて、ジョージタウン大前半5分30秒まで無得点で、このユーイングのダンクシュートが外れちゃってどうしちゃったんでしょうね。さて、ビラノバ大は33番のマクレインの活躍などで前半を25対16とリードするわけでありますね。観客も大いに乗っております。さて、後半なんですが、ジョージタウンのユーイングがシュートをこのスーパーブロックするんですね。さあ、これで流れが変わってジョージタウン大反撃でございまして、フォローも冴えるわけであります。はい、これも決まりましてですね、観客が大乗り気。再びジョージタウン、コーナーからマーチンがシュート、これ綺麗に決まりましたですね。はい、今度はユーインが軽くジャンプいたしましてのシュート、46対45としてリード、結局ジョージタウン大が7点差で勝ち落とすけども、1位から5位ですが、まず1位は通算20勝1敗でセント・ジョーンズ大、2位には先ほどのゲームに登場したジョージタウンがつけているわけであります。さて、6位から10位の方はというと、6位、あれはですね、この6位はですね、4の字固めで有名なデストロイヤーの母校、シラキウス大が入っているわけでありますね。さて、11位から15位でありますが、12位のルイジアナ工科大、21勝2敗。今後の対戦相手によっては上位に進みそうな感じがいたします。さて、16位から20位でありますけれども、17位ご覧ください。ネバダ・ラスベガス大、実は先日日本の某明治大学と交流試合をしておりまして、ちなみに明治大学137対56で大敗を喫しております。さて、最後でありますが、21位から25位、意外にもバスケットボールはいまいちと言われているですね、そうなんですか。はい、プロもやってたんですけどね、経営がちょっと行き詰まりまして、1年間だけでプロリーグは解散したんですが、現在大体1万1000人の女子プレーヤーがですね、大学でプレーしております。じゃあ今はアマだけ。はい、僕はプロよりアマの方が好きだな。アマというのは女性という意味ですか。そうです。はい。これはスーパースターとして一緒にプレーしてみたい、大胆なことをおっしゃっておりますね。まあプロリーグがないわけで NBA のオールドタイマーと言われてるんですけど、いわゆる NBA 出身の、 帯たちが。
OB たち、オールスター戦なんですね。はい。大体36歳から65歳までなんですけどね。
おお、やっぱり現役を退くと人間が変わっちゃう。あ、これはちびっこバスケットボールプレーヤー。
はい。
可愛いですね。
可愛いですね。これは普通の公式戦の中で行われるハーフタイムのショーなんですけれど。
はい。お、結構やるじゃないですか。
やりますね。
ねえ。へえ。これ将来やっぱり NBA のスタープレーヤーがこういう人たちから出てきたりかもしれません。ねえ。いやー、なかなか見せますね。あれ腕立て伏せですか？
腕立て伏せ。
片腕で、あ、よく見ると首しか動かしてないです。いやー、これは立派なもんですね。はい。先生の子役と。こ
れも面白いんでね、ぜひご覧ください。NCAA の1位になってますけれどね、1944年頃のフィルムなんですけど、
なるほど。
たくましいでしょう、選手たちがね。
そうですね。
格闘技というイメージがありますので、アメリカでは長い間女子というのはですね、こういうふうにフルコート使っちゃいけない。
Working against the Doc, who's looking for a steal, but he got caught for a foul instead.
What makes this game so great, Dick, is the fact that when they come in here, there's not too many systems. They're left to their own individual inventions, and they love to play in this game, and you'll see some great matchups.
And we're going to talk about the individual players. No basket. The ball was interfered with on top of the cylinder, so there'll be no basket, and so Isaiah Thomas pushes it up for the East All-Star.
And does he push it up, Dick?
Moncrief loses it out of bounds. Isaiah Thomas was the youngest player ever to play in an All-Star game at age 23 years ago. This is his first start, and he's looked good in the first two appearances. Kareem, big sky hook. Not that time. Harris clears. Here's Isaiah. And he turned it over, but he made a pretty good behind-the-back move before he did.
Well, I'll tell you, they're a little anxious right now. They all want to get together and to try that, find the proper balance of music. They're going at each other pretty heavy right now. The tempo very, very quick.
Adrian Dantley, or Alex English, that is, with a reverse layoff. So Denver Nugget scores the first basket for the West All-Stars. Julius Erving. And now here comes the Iceman. English, one of the prolific scorers in the NBA, and Magic Johnson. Dantley loses the ball. Moncrief, it's going to be an East basket. Shades of the slam dunk championship of yesterday.
He made a house call.
Dr. J was the defending champion, and he went right down to the wire with Larry Nance of the Phoenix Suns. We are going to have highlights of the slam dunk championship coming up at halftime. Pat O'Brien, by the way, is the third member of our team, and he is here at McNichols Arena, and we'll be hearing from him throughout the afternoon. In the meantime, we have a personal foul on Sidney Moncrief. Let's tell you who our officials are. Earl Strom and John Vanek are working the game, and Lee Jones is the alternate.
Great matchup. What for this afternoon is Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas, man for man, pushing at each other as only they can.
Kareem missed the second shot after George Gervin missed outside. Here's Isaiah Thomas. Kareem, the rebound. Loses the ball. Sidney Moncrief.
As that other off guard doing his thing, picking up the offensive rebound.
Adrian Dantley coming right back. Shooting is off in the early going. Here's Magic, loose ball. It is 6-2, the East leading with 9:38 to go in the first period. Robert Parrish against Kareem, and we all have a foul.
What they love to do in these games is get off and running quick. It takes them a little while to adjust to the tempo. A lot of them really haven't played fast basketball, some of these players. The coaches have slowed down systems, so they're all trying to get into the rhythm of the game.
Kareem commits the foul. Larry Bird missed, and Thomas fighting inside. You'll notice Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is not wearing his goggles. Well, for the second time in 3 years, he has forgotten his goggles from the hotel room. So Kareem is just going to have to go without him, or maybe someone will get him for him. But right now he's playing without him.
Send for a cab.
4-point lead.
When they don't have the break, they're going to try and go inside.
Danley. Feed from Magic Johnson.
Well, they were so intent on trying to deny the ball to Jabbar and let Danley sneak right in there.
Bird is guarded by Alex English. Parrish, he has got a good outside shot.
Oh, pushing now.
Given the rebound. Watch the ball. The West didn't know the ball was on the outlet. Here's the alley-oop to Julius Erving.
That's why they love to play together in the All-Star game, to make things like that happen.
How tough is it, after just one practice session, to really tune in together like that?
Oh, it's very difficult. You really just have in your mind the way these guys play. You got to go out there and execute it on the floor. It takes a little while to get into it.
Parrish the rebound. The shooting has been less than satisfactory, but not for Julius Erving, who has his third basket of the ball game, and he is putting on an open court show. Steal by the Doctor, and another basket.
But the tempo of this thing is just so
Quinlish, and a foul at the other end.
Oh. It is up and down and up and down. And let's watch Julius's steal right here. And up it comes. And beautiful reverse layup. But they are heads up to play aggressive offense and aggressive defense. The reason that they love to fast break is because there's so much more creativity involved in a fast break than the slowdown systems of play.
Alex English, the NBA's top scorer last year. With a free throw, it's 12-7 in favor of the East. Larry Bird, and that looked like they've been working on that for a week.
Little up pick, and Isaiah with the creative pass made it happen.
We have a timeout. 8:04 remaining in the first period. The East, and Frank Layden is trying to break the losing streak. Let's watch that last pass.
Little up pick you'll see, and Isaiah heads up to make it happen. Watch the bounce pass through the defense. Beautiful.
That's why people are saying Isaiah Thomas not only is going to be one of the great point guards of the NBA, one of the great personalities. You saw his smile at the top of our program. We'll be back.
I crushed a lot of quarterbacks in my day, and I'm real sorry. So I wrote this letter. Dear quarterbacks, I apologize for the way I treated you. Please let me buy you a light beer from Miller. Light's my beer because it tastes great. I'm sure it's yours, too, because you little guys can't afford to get filled up. Hope to see you soon. Sincerely, L.C. Greenwood.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
I hear that L.C. Greenwood has invited quarterbacks to join him for a light beer from Miller. Well, here's my reply. Dear L.C., I accept your gracious offer. A quarterback is far too intelligent to turn down a light beer because it's less filling and it tastes great. Even you big, clumsy linemen know that. Hope to see you here soon. Sincerely, Bert Jones. Come on, Bert!
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
How'd he do that?
This is how I give my business career an extra edge. If you're in shape, you've got the edge. Speed Stick deodorant gives you an edge, too. Speed Stick is wider than narrow sticks, gives you man-sized protection. The wide stick feels good going on, and it takes just a few strokes. It's a great value, too. In this world, a little extra edge is all you need.
Let the wide stick give you the edge. Speed Stick deodorant.
Fine Madden.
Julius Erving has 8 of the East, 14 points. English 5 of the West, 7. And Pat O'Brien is with John Havlicek. Pat?
Thank you, Dick. John Havlicek, you know, arguably the best sixth man in the business. When you see these guys, the Birds, the Johnsons, do you see the same enthusiasm you had out there?
Well, they certainly do have a lot of enthusiasm. I think the guy that really has displayed it the most is Isaiah. He's going up and down the floor with a smile, and he's making great passes. And, of course, when you have dunks, it always brings a great deal of excitement.
Okay, Hondo, thank you. Back to Dick.
Thank you, Pat. The West has turned the ball over 7 times in the first 4 minutes. The shooting has been down, and this game picking up as we saw right before the timeout. End-to-end action. Magic Johnson guarded by Isaiah Thomas into the big guy, Kareem. Skyhook. But the rebound by Magic Johnson at the other end.
Well, that's a tough matchup for Isaiah to block Magic, who's one of the best rebounding forwards, let alone guards.
Now, come on. He's been up around 10 rebounds a game. He's a 6'9" point guard who can play 5 positions. Moncrief gets it in the middle. Quick pass, Julius. Bird, he's tough here. But it falls off. Isaiah Thomas with a fake on Magic Johnson. They weren't ready for that pass. And Adrian Dantley gets it out to Magic Johnson. Kareem, easy one for the big guy. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who is second leading scorer all time to Wilt Chamberlain. And if he averages 20.4 points a game the rest of the year, he'll break Wilt Chamberlain's all-time scoring record. Bird gets free.
Isaiah having a ball, trying to find Larry Bird, who moves so well without the ball.
Isaiah Thomas is a show unto himself so far in this ball game. Alex English. They got scorers, don't they, Tommy, the West team?
That's why they're here, Dick. They all can stick it in the hoop, and they've got varied other skills.
Parrish coming into the flow. Look how he moves for a big man. That's a 7-footer, and you talk about Ralph Sampson's ability to shoot from the perimeter and handle the ball. Robert Parrish shows a little bit. Here's Adrian Dantley, not this time.
I'll tell you, Robert Parrish and some of these other big guys you'll see in this game can really get it up and down the court, and that's even going to help the pace of the game more.
Thomas, he had the layup, and he's shaking his head. He knows he should have had this one. Magic.
Little French pastry there.
Bird to Moncrief, who challenges George Gervin, tipped in by Julius. And 10 points for Julius Erving. He has 10 of the East 20 points and a 7-point lead. Magic slows it up a little bit now, but not for long. Gervin in the lane, basket counts, and a foul. What a pretty move by George Gervin, who has been a scoring champion for 4 straight years. But Isaiah Thomas, Larry Bird, here's Bird.
Now watch this pass. Length of the court, Moncrief heading for the hoop, and he misses it, but guess who's there? The surgeon, Dr. J.
Julius Erving, so Erving with 10 points in the ball game. And here's our first substitution, Andrew Toney. Deadly offensive scorer, averaging over 20 points a game. He can beat you outside, drive to the hoop. He comes into the ball game, and he replaces Sidney Moncrief.
I like Andrew Toney. He has expanded his skills from the first time he stepped onto an NBA court to right now he's a bona fide all-star.
Moncrief goes out with 2 personal fouls and 4 points. Toney goes inside. That's the quickness he has. The ball's just not dropping for a lot of players so far in this game. Long shot by the Iceman, George Gervin.
He's starting to heat up.
This is his 8th All-Star game in a row. He was the MVP 4 years ago, and now we have a foul against the West, and it'll be against Adrian Dantley.
When you have Dr. J really moving with rhythm, you've got a man-sized task trying to stop him.
Casey Jones, your former teammate, and he was the winning coach in 1975.
A great guy, and he deserves to be in this game coaching it. It's been the rebirth of Casey Jones as a head coach with the Boston Celtics.
Parrish with another shot from outside. You get a center that can hit the outside shot and also do the job inside. Well, Celtics have the best record in the NBA. That says enough. With the Kareem. And it goes in. Let's see who gets credit for the basket.
When you think of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you think of the sky hook.
Julius, what a move inside. Oh, Parrish, foul. Julius almost had a blind, spectacular 360-degree shot. He has, along with Thomas, been a great show.
We're going to see this once more. Watch him take it to the hook, spin beautifully off it. Really gets contained. He can't see it. Does Jabbar try to stop it? He flips it up there, and I'll be if it almost doesn't go in. Parrish on the rebound gets fouled. but you are seeing some real inventiveness by Dr. J.
Substitutions, Kiki Vandeweghe, who is having a terrific scoring year for the Denver Nuggets, averaging 29 points a game in his third year, and Jeff Ruland is in the game. There he is, one of the burly strongmen of the league. He's among NBA leaders in 3 areas. Kareem backs it in. It's a close game. The East had an 8-point lead at one time, and now their lead is shaved to 1, 23-22, 4:40 remaining in the first period. Dick Stockton, Tom Hanks here at Denver, Colorado. Julius flips it in and over the head of Robert Parrish.
You know, the East has got a lot more movement in their set offense than the West has right now, as we see.
Bernard King coming in for the East from the New York Knickerbockers, replacing Julius Erving, who goes out with 10, and Jack Sikma, who's bringing the Seattle Sonics back in the Pacific Division, comes into the game, and they have a lot of height in there with Kareem and Sikma at the same time.
You know, Bernard King might really be a factor in this ball game to look at, because he's being turned loose, and I always considered him a great fast break player.
Gervin, the last time, got the basket. Andrew Toney comes down. So now we're going to see some shooting, which we have not seen in the early moments of this ball game. Gervin one end, Toney the other. Sikma has a good shot. And Parrish gets the rebound. The West leading, led 24-23, their first lead. The East took over the lead. Now the West with Magic Johnson in the crowd. Kiki Vandeweghe. They're going to love any Denver achievement here today by English or Vandeweghe, that's for sure.
Yep, guess where they're from? Denver.
Bernard King coming off the screen. Parrish keeps it alive for the East All-Stars. 7 rebounds for Robert Parrish. And Andrew Toney. Magic Johnson.
Oh, they love that. Look at that. Wow.
He's fouled going in. And coming in now. Substitutions. Magic got hit in the eye. Isaiah Thomas, they're good friends. But coming into the ball game now, Kevin McHale for the East. He's the 6th man of the Boston Celtics. And Ralph Sampson, the only rookie in the game from Houston, number 50, who hit a 50-foot shot against the Boston Celtics earlier this year. Walter Davis, number 6, comes into the backcourt. There's Ralph Sampson. And it's got to be a thrill to play this game as a rookie.
And I'll tell you something. He's my pick for the surprise MVP. I think that he really wants to make himself known at the pro level, and where better to do it than right here in the All-Star game. You know, the people said he's been hot and cold, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised today if you saw some spectacular games or a game from Ralph Sampson.
Well, you know that the Rockets already have won more games this year than they did last year, so Ralph Sampson has paid dividends. The West, trailing most of this first period, have a 3-point lead. 28-25. We have 3:17 remaining in the first period, and we'll be back.
When we blasted a hole through this master lock on TV, we became the target for a lot of doubters. Since then, newspaper reporters, police departments, even a famous consumer advocate have all given it their best shot. Often more than one. And in dozens of cases, all documented, the master lock held tight. Bulletproof that master locks are tough under fire.
You're about to see the Ford Ranger leap to new heights in quality. Based on a survey of owner-reported problems during the first 3 months, Ranger quality was unbeaten by any major small truck maker. And Ranger has V6 power, more horsepower than Chevy S10 of the imports, and a wider cab than any small truck. For toughness, horsepower, and unbeaten quality, it's Ranger down-to-earth tough. The best-built American trucks are built. Ford Tough.
Fabric business is like any other small business today. If you can't keep costs down, who knows? Could be curtains.
Allstate update. Business insurance now custom made.
My Allstate agent for home and auto insurance just saved me money right here. Those good hands tailor the policy for just the coverage this business needs. Nothing more. Why settle for some ready-made when you can save with custom fit? You're in good hands with Allstate.
Tuesday, a special 3-hour world premiere. Michael York and Richard Thomas in the classic tale of adventure, revenge, and love. The Master of Ballantrae. Tuesday.
One of of the great stories of the NBA this year, Frank Layden, one of the real funny men of the NBA, and the Utah Jazz, with the best record in the Western Conference coaching. He said, I told my players, make believe this is going to be the last All-Star game he ever played. I know this will be the last one I ever coached.
Well, I'll tell you, Frank Layden is a great guy, funny man, as you said, and just signed to a 10-year contract as general manager and coach by the Jazz. That's how much they appreciate him in the Big Sky country.
And today is Frank Layden Day in Buffalo, where he went to school at Niagara and coached Calvin Murphy in Niagara. Turnover, and Sigma stepped on the line.
One of the problems the East is going to have right now, Dick, is Robert Parrish, only bona fide real running center. And he's going to, somebody right now, Ruland or McHale is going to have to try and stay with Ralph Sampson.
Ruland inside uses his strength and bulk effectively. And the West.
Ruland, brawn, and brains in action.
Sigma at the baseline. McHale plays it well. Vandeweghe was looking for a foul. Ruland the rebound. And was picked off by Davis. Here's Magic Johnson, who has 8 assists in the ball game. He gets a basket. Keep in mind that last year, Johnson set an all-star record with 16 assists. He is halfway there right now, and we still have 2.5 minutes remaining in the first period. Knocked away. It is still going to be East ball. Dick Stockton and Tom Heinsohn here at McNichols Arena in Denver. 2:26 to go in the first period. The West lead 30-27 here in the 34th annual All-Star Game. How many were you in?
To tell you the truth, I don't remember, Dick. It was either 5 or 6, but I enjoyed each and every one of them thoroughly. I did coach a few, and I know what guys like Casey Jones and Frank Layden are trying to do right now. They're trying to showcase everybody, make sure that they all get their just due, and still make this a very competitive game.
I want to remind you that Moses Malone is not here. He topped the record number of votes with 927,000 votes to be the Eastern Center. He is the NBA's MVP of last year, has a sprained ankle. Bill Laimbeer replaced him on the roster, and Robert Parrish got the nod to start by Casey Jones, and a record number of 2.5 million people voted. The fans, of course, voted for the starters. There's Ricky Green, a rags to riches story. Couldn't fit in with any club, played in the Continental League, which is the minor league, and has starred this year for Utah. Otis Birdsong from the New Jersey Nets with a good move to the hoop. It's stuffed through by Kevin McHale.
To follow up on that Ricky Green thing, he's really a tribute to Frank Layden's patience.
He was a great star at the University of Michigan. Walter Davis hits from outside. Walter Davis of the Phoenix Suns. Under 2 minutes to go now in the first period. The West leading by 3. The East had an 8-point lead early in the game, but both teams were cold from the field. Bernard King in the lane. Goaltending against Ralph Sampson. Give the basket to Bernard King.
But he was ready to sneak right back in there and protect that hoop. He'll get more than a few shot blocks in this game, Ralph Sampson.
Ralph Sampson, baseline. What a move. That's a tough shot from the baseline.
It sure is, but who's going to stop a 7'4" guy?
Sampson coming out for the moment to meet Tony. McHale. Bernard King quickly turning around. And Ralph Sampson the rebound to Vandeweghe. So far, in a couple of plays, Sampson, they want to make you look good.
He's looked pretty good, but he's not running like I thought he might do in this game.
Basket counts and a foul.
And how's that for a move? 7'4". He was playing like he was 6'5".
A 7-footer. This is not an easy thing.
Watch him take it to the hoop. Takes the blow by McHale on the way down. And it's pretty far on the way down for a 7'4" guy. Still connects.
McHale with the foul. 37-31, the West, with the biggest lead now for them. The East had an 8-point lead early. We have 1:10 to go in the first period. Dick Stockton and Tom Heinsohn reporting. McHale outside. Sigma the rebound.
And look at Ricky Green.
All the way for Ricky Green. Feeding Sampson. Forget it. And a foul.
And that's one of the reasons why I thought Sampson might be absolutely fantastic in this game, because of the likes of Ricky Green and Magic Johnson dishing it off after they made the penetration. And watch the big guy cram it.
Ricky Green leads the NBA in steals. Last year he was second in assists. Turnover, gives it right back now to the West.
Ruland having his problem with the outlet passes to try and get the East back in their style of fast break.
And Ralph Sampson, your sleeper for an MVP pick, has scored 7 straight points for the West. Leading by 8 points, and now they turn it over. So the West turning it over to the East with 50 seconds to go in the first period.
For those people that haven't seen Ralph Sampson, he gets it up and down the court, probably better than any center that has ever played the game.
Birdsong gets it into Rulin. Rulin and Sigma, a lot of beef there. McHale with a fake and a foul. Good play by Kevin McHale. And the foul is on Ralph Sampson. Kevin McHale is having a terrific season for the Boston Celtics, and one of the reasons why they have a 5-game lead over the Philadelphia 76ers right now.
When he first came into the NBA, he was probably one of the finest defenders that I ever saw come in as a rookie. Since then, he's added dramatically to the offensive part of his game to where he's become a true threat inside for the Celtics.
Of all the things he does, what's the best thing you think?
Defense, I really think. He may not think so right now, but he is a second intimidator for the Celtics along with Robert Parrish. It makes it awfully difficult to score inside against Boston.
Both teams in the penalty. So that's 2 shots, and of course, McHale was hit in the act of shooting, misses the second free throw. Here comes Ricky Green. Watch out from behind. Andrew Toney made a good play, knocking it away from behind. He's working against Green now. 27 seconds to go, and 18 on the 24-second shot clock in the period. Green, Toney. Toney strong. Can't let him hit the outside shot. Birdsong, good defense by Waller Davis. And Toney with 5 seconds on the shot clock, way off. Sigma the rebound, and a foul at the other end. So Otis Birdsong fouled Jack Sigma with 8 seconds to go, and he will shoot 2 with 8 seconds to go, and a chance to put the West up by 9.
Well, Magic ignited this East team very early, kept the pressure. We thought Isaiah really did the same thing for the East team, but Magic Johnson was making his assists pay off. And right now, I think we're seeing the culmination that both units that have played so far are actually into the ball game and getting their rhythm with this fast break style.
They were rusty early, but they're not so much now. Some of the shots are off the mark. You wouldn't see it during the course of the regular season.
Well, one of the things that happens in a game like this, Dick, is the fact that without it being able to be structured too much by the coaches, a lot of things happen that happen by accident. You're taking shots where normally you might not take the shot with your regular team, but they love to play it.
5 seconds to go. The West is up by 8. Andrew Toney trying to get free for a shot. And the block, it was a block, no foul, and that is the end of the first period of the 34th annual All-Star Game. The West leading the East 40-32.
There's a time in life for the young to say, I want something else, a different way. The town's the same, the people too. School is over, needs something to do. The services have it, it'll really show. You'll see new places, you'll really grow in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. Challenge, adventure, excitement too, a time to enjoy and see something new. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. You'll work hard, feel really free, serving your country for all to see in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. Be part of a team, be friends forever. A part of the services you won't forget ever. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. It's a great place to start.
All you gotta do is smell the coffee, splash on Old Spice. Now you're moving, isn't it nice? Standing tall now, doing it right. Pour out a handful, splash on some Spice.
Nobody sends more guys out there than America's favorite, unmistakably masculine Old Spice.
Now you're moving, don't think twice. Splash on the feeling, splash on some Spice.
Now you too can get an official 1984 NBA All-Star Game program filled with full-color action photos and great articles, including a look back at the fabled 1976 Slam Dunk Contest, a history of past All-Star Games, records, statistics, and much, much more. To order, send $5 to All-Star Program, Post Office Box 1750, New York, New York, 10163. All orders must be postmarked by March 15th. So send for your official All-Star Program today.
We're back in Denver, Colorado at McNichols Arena, the 34th annual All-Star Game. Over 17,000 fans here to see this game. Tom, you have talked about why this game is so interesting, and the players love it because they can run. They're unshackled, so to speak, and there are players in this game like Bernard King and others who play in different systems, and I think they look forward to this kind of setting.
Absolutely, and a guy like Bernard King plays for UB Brown, who's more structured in what he tries to do, doesn't turn the players loose, and they look forward probably to playing in this type of game because they can express themselves as an artist, as a true artist, as a great basketball player. They love it.
Bill Laimbeer, number 40, who was named to the team when Moses Malone couldn't play from the Detroit Pistons, is in there right now. And Jim Paxson, number 5 from Portland, is also in the ball game. Mark Aguirre, number 24 from Dallas. He's guarding Bernard King now. Paxson is on Birdsong. And here is Bernard King with a turnaround shot. He is so quick. This is his second All-Star game. Appeared with Golden State a couple of years ago. And a 6-point West lead.
His role has changed a little bit more to a defensive player, but when he gets in that low hole, nobody can stop Bernard King.
Turnover, Laimbeer picks it up. We're in the second period, opening minute. Andrew Toney, McHale. Sikma quickly picks him up. Loose ball, and King is held.
You know, surprisingly, the East is really going to Bernard King down there in that low hole to try and get some inside game going.
First personal foul on Jack Sikma, and the first team foul here in the second period. Ricky Green, steal. What a play by Ricky Green to Ralph Sampson. And Mark Aguirre. Ralph Sampson, Paxson again. They did everything but score, and a steal by Ricky Green again. And the name of the game is to fill the hole, and they did everything but do that. Spectacular play, though. Tony looking for McHale. Sampson's tough target. Boy, Ricky Green is playing like a man possessed out there. McHale, good turnaround, and that was from 17 feet.
That is his best shot, that fall-away jumper, Kevin McHale. Here's a guy that's built like a tank, but moves like a ballerina.
Mark Aguirre, the first All-Star ever from the Dallas Mavericks, who are having a terrific year. Second place in the Midwest Division. Aguirre. Look at Mark Aguirre, who's averaging 30 points a game, second to Adrian Dantley in the NBA scoring leadership. Bernard King comes back. Pace is picking up, Thomas.
It is, and Bernard King, you can see, loving to play this fast break style.
And here's Andrew Toney at the other end.
Well, it was Paxson. Paxson slipped by.
Paxson got by. You know, he's a guy who can move without the ball effectively, and he looked good in last year's game. McHale fouled by Ralph Sampson. Ricky Green making the most of his first All-Star appearance.
Sitting on the outlet pass, sneaks right in there with that great speed, and up. The only thing that happened is he didn't make the jump shot right here like you would have hoped that he'd do. And watch this one, goes onto the scorer's table. He has got super quickness. Everybody knew that, Ricky Green, when he first came into the pros, but he didn't have the outside shot. And it took a little patience by a coach like Frank Layden to put him in a system and give him his head to develop.
Ralph Sampson committed the foul. Here's Kelly Tripucka, also of the Detroit Pistons. They have 3 stars. Laimbeer, Tripucka, and Isaiah Thomas. He's an exciting player, and he's in the game now for the East squad. He's wearing number 7, but the West has the ball with Mark Aguirre, number 24. 5-point lead for the West with 9:52 to go in the first half. Aguirre to the hoop.
That's why he's so effective. He can hit that outside shot. You saw him hit the 20-footer, and then he takes it nicely to the hoop on a strong drive.
McHale misses. Bernard King battles. Bernard King is playing this game like it's the 7th game of a playoff. He is fouled by Jack Sikma. Second personal foul for Jack Sikma. And 3 team fouls on the West, none for the East, and 9:40 remain in this second period. It's 46-39. The West is leading the East. Keep in mind, the East has won 4 in a row. No one has ever won 5 in a row in this All-Star game. Casey Jones hopes to set a record tonight.
Ford LTD's capability on the road translates into comfort for the driver. The more the suspension communicates control, the more it inspires confidence. The more the car holds the corners, the more it reassures and rewards. Ford LTD, comfortable inside because it's capable outside. Have you driven the best-built American cars? Have you driven a Ford lately?
People think I always always take the train because I'm afraid of flying. Me, afraid? Nah. I take the train because it's the best way to enjoy light beer from Miller. Rolling through the Rockies and all across the Midwest, nice that's filling. And it tastes great coast to coast. That's why I take the train, not because I'm scared of anything. Hey, what happened to
light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
I went... Baby, I'm a little afraid of the dark.
Letters overweight. That's an extra charge. Another overweight. Another extra charge. Another overweight. Some express companies have strict rules about how much your overnight letter can weigh. Pure Letter Courier's different. We keep coming up with ways to make things better for you. Like Pure Letter Plus. All the pages you can fit in a big 9x12 envelope, no matter how much it weighs. Only $9.75. Pure Letter Plus. From Pure Letter Courier. You want it, you've got it.
See the WBC Super Lightweight Championship, America's Olympic hopefuls in World Cup skiing, the World Speed Skating Championships, plus John Madden's Journeys, next on CBS Sports Sunday.
The biggest lead for the East was 8 points. The biggest lead for the West was 8, and it's 46-39 with 9:40 remaining in the second period here at McNichols Arena. Dick Stockton with Tom Heinsohn. And a couple of All-Stars, George Gervin and Alex English.
I'm impressed with the way the West have gotten their game together a lot quicker than the East. But one of the factors that the East is facing right now is that they're without the services of probably the most muscle center that would make a significant contribution in a game like this, Moses Malone.
Larry Bird comes back in the ball game. Talking about big centers, there's Ralph Sampson. And we are seeing Frank Layden go with Kareem and Sampson early, and now Sigma and Sampson. So Frank Layden, who earlier said, I may put all three of them in at the same time.
That's a lot of power up front. And the curly-headed guy, Jack Sigma, really tickles me. I mean, he plays it tough down there, and he's got one of those shots that nobody seems to be able to block, as we're looking at Bernard King, who, in my opinion, would be a super wingman on a fast break type of team, and yet has the intelligence to know how to play in a very structured system.
This is the second and a foul, loose ball foul. That's the second time that Sigma, he was hit by Kelly Tripucka. Here's Paxson. He's one of the players who could have it, usually does have a good game. He did last year. Why is that?
Because he's playing with some creative passes, and anytime a guy keeps moving the way Paxson does to shake himself loose, that's what a passer looks for.
It's a good backcourt. Ricky Green who gets the pass, and Paxson coming back as King. Open court for Bernard King. Bernard King, and Mark Aguirre didn't see it because he was knocked over right near us.
And I didn't see Bernard King make the basket because McGuire was in my soft drink.
4-point lead now for the West. 9:10 remaining in the first half. Sigma and a foul. You don't normally see what we see in the NBA, which is double teaming the center inside. We call it double down, but we did there with the likes of Isaiah Thomas and Larry Bird on Jack Sigma, and we had a personal foul on Isaiah Thomas.
You might see a little bit of that against in the latter stages of the game because so many teams do that as a normal part of their regular defense.
Tripucka.
There was Paxson getting free, like we talked about before, for that jump shot. Only he missed it.
Larry Bird guarded by Paxson, and now Sigma there. They had a mismatch on defense and trying to take advantage of it of the East, and there was a foul as well, and the personal foul was on Mark Aguirre.
You're going to see great passes like this all day long. Little lay-down pass to the cutter, Kelly Tripucka, and that's why scorers like to play in these games with the likes of Larry Bird, Isaiah Thomas, Ricky Green, and Magic Johnson, who pass the ball so well.
Kelly Tripucka, they said he was too slow, didn't play much defense, but he hustles, plays with gusto. He was out 24 games with knee injury last year. He's been an all-star and leads the Pistons, averaging over 22.5 points a game. And it's now 46-43 with 8:45 remaining in the first half. The West leading after the East took the early lead. Paxson inside to Aguirre. Aguirre over King and a foul. King was all over Mark Aguirre, and he was playing him well defensively, and Bernard's called for the foul.
Boy, Mark Aguirre, one of the reasons he's going to be a great player for the next several years is the fact he goes outside, he shoots over you, he drives by you if you try to stop that, and he also, with that big body of his, takes you down low and muscles you.
3 team fouls on the East. Mark Aguirre from DePaul. He was in Dick Motta's doghouse for a while down in Dallas, but he has blossomed as a star. I would say averaging over 30 a game, wouldn't you?
And he's going to be a star for a lot more years to come. And look who's back in here handling the ball.
Isaiah Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Isaiah Thomas sparked the East early in the game. In fact, 3 Pistons are out there now on a turnover. Lambier, Trapuka, and Thomas, and that's not a bad idea.
Well, we just saw Ralph Sampson intimidate Trapuka on a layup.
Bird. And Lambier gets a piece of it. Trapuka can't save it. So
what Casey Jones is trying to do right now is play combinations of players that play together normally to see if they can get something going.
Well, the cheer is for Julius Erving, who's getting up on the bench. He has scored 10 points early in the ball game, and Alex English will also be coming in. Mark Aguirre with 8 points and is now the leading scorer for the West All-Stars. Traveling called the other way. And here comes Julius Erving. He's the leading scorer in the game, coming back in, 2-time MVP. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, still without the goggles, comes in for the Western All-Stars. And, of course, Alex English representing the Denver Nuggets.
I guess they couldn't find a cab.
They may be busy now. Jim Paxson, and that's what you're talking about, getting free for the open shot now.
He does that as well as anybody. Reminds me of John Havlicek in that regard.
Isaiah Thomas loses it. Paxson to Green. I like those West guards in there right now, and Casey Jones wants to talk it over.
He doesn't want it to get out of hand. He wants to show everybody that he's still going and still play everybody and still not let the game get away.
And right now we have the biggest lead in the game for either side. The West All-Stars, 54-43, 7:38 remaining in the first half.
Ford Motor Company keeps getting better and better.
In a recent survey, thousands of new car and truck owners were asked to report problems during the first 3 months of use.
The survey shows Ford is making the highest quality cars and trucks of any major U.S. manufacturer.
For the 3rd year in a row. The latest survey of 1983 models shows we're in the lead with some very fine imports.
But you don't have to believe us. Just compare us.
Compare the value of the new Ford Tempo to the best Japan has to offer. Compare the new Mark 7 for ride and handling to any luxury car in the world. No one else has an electronic air suspension system. Compare the new Mustang SVO. Road and Track magazine did and said it may be the best all-around car for the enthusiast driver ever produced by the U.S.
Compare our cars and our trucks.
Do anything. Made anywhere. By anybody.
You're gonna love the quality Ford. Quality is job one. We're ready.
7-Up has never had caffeine. It was followed by these soft drinks with no caffeine. Have I got news for them? 7-Up also has no artificial color. These are artificially colored. And 7-Up has no artificial flavor. No wonder 7-Up has such a clean, refreshing, unspoiled taste. No wonder 7-Up has such a following.
7-Up. Feel good about 7-Up.
Next Saturday in regional coverage of college basketball, Boston College meets Pittsburgh, UCLA takes on Washington, and Alabama Birmingham plays Memphis State next Saturday on CBS Sports.
I'm Pat O'Brien, and coming up at the half today, you'll see the NBA Slam Dunk Competition. One of the major sideshows during the All-Star Weekend here in Denver, featuring double-barrel action like this. And we'll also show you some of basketball's great names of the past in the old-timers game. This is just some of the action. All that and more coming up at the half. Back to Dick.
Thank you very much, Pat. Glad to have you with us here on the NBA on CBS. 8 straight points for the West, their biggest lead in the ball game. And Frank Layden says, I want everyone to play equal amount of time. Every one of their 12 players have scored so far in the game, Tom.
Well, he's entering into it with a little bit different philosophy than Casey Jones. Casey Jones saying, hey, I want to really play most of the guys that were selected by the fans and still show the other guys who were selected by the coaches for a little bit.
All right, Isaiah Thomas and Sidney Moncrief are in there, along with Parrish, Irving, and Bird, the starting 5 for the East. Not so for the West. Parrish has hit his 3rd shot from outside. He has 7 points in the game. Irving with 10 and King 9 are the top scorers for the East. The West leading scorer is Mark Aguirre with 8 points. Ricky Green, he's looked good. Here's Aguirre. Bird on him. He's traveling. Bird played well. Came right up on him, Tommy.
Why, Larry Bird does so many great things, and one of the great things is that defense he just showed you.
Isaiah Thomas guarded by Ricky Green. That's a good matchup. So is Paxson and Moncrief. English and Julius Irving. And English got a piece of it. Ricky Green. Alex English wide open.
Alex knows how to fast break, and so does Ricky Green.
The doctor to Parrish. Over Kareem. You got to go really high over him. Well, maybe not so much for 7-foot Robin. Aguirre. Paxson from the Portland Trailblazers, who are challenging for real the Laker domination in the Pacific Division this year.
They sure are. The East now trying to slow it down and get a little more patent offense in there.
When did you think that was ever going to happen with these players? Biggest lead of the game now, 13 points. And another turnover. Aguirre. Ricky Green. Alex English. And the West is going wild here in Denver. English is 5 for 5, and his 11 points makes him the high scorer in the ballgame so far. Irving. 60 to 45, 15-point lead. And foul against the West. Walter Davis and Magic Johnson are heading back in the ballgame. There's Magic. The West is leading by 15, and then they bring Magic Johnson back in.
That's a pretty good fast break team you got right there on the bench. Ricky Green, who's used to doing that and doing it very, very well. And now Magic Johnson comes in, the super push-up man with the Lakers, who's got more than an average bunch of players to lay it off to. That's why he does so well assist-wise in these playoffs, in these all-star games. But right now, the East, Dick, is really having a problem just getting something going offensively. The fast break is not working, and their inside game that they're trying to capitalize isn't really coordinated because of the fact that they don't play together a lot.
They've been outscored 14-2, Tommy. Ricky Green committed a foul on Julius, who missed his first free throw, and makes good on the second. So it's 60 to 46 with just under 6 minutes remaining in the first half. Magic Johnson guarded by Isaiah Thomas. They're very close, as Mark Aguirre. And a steal almost by Moncrief. And John Vanek says we'll take it back this way. It's going to be East, I think, and now Earl Strom changes his mind. And it's West ball, and Casey Jones, about as mad as he ever gets, Tom.
I think it's a frown is the maddest he ever gets.
I never see him get angry.
Never.
Aguirre inside against Bird. Mark Aguirre with 10 points in the ball game, representing the Dallas Mavericks. He has not missed in 4 attempts.
Well, the West generating some inside game with Mark Aguirre.
Bird. Larry Bird bombs away.
He has yet to really get his game going, Larry. Just a little bit on defense, but when he gets that offense going, watch out.
5:15 remaining in the first half. Kareem back to Magic, and Parrish got a hand on it. Broke up the 2 Lakers from getting something going on a 2-man situation. Sidney Moncrief. Thomas still alive for the Eastern All-Stars. And Julius Irving. What a play by the doctor.
An invention we just saw. A new way.
He is one of the greatest, if not the greatest ambassador to the game of pro basketball, and there have been many good ones.
He's got the game, he's got the smile, he's got everything.
Walter Davis of Phoenix outside. And the points are coming now with 4:40 remaining in the first half. A 14-point lead for the West. Feed from Thomas inside Moncrief, and the 2 guards make it happen inside.
Isaiah loved to penetrate, get everybody looking at him, and then drop it off. He did it beautifully that time to Moncrief.
2 snappy guards out there. Isaiah Thomas and Sidney Moncrief, voted by the fans, $2.5 million in all. Foul, and Thomas got a hand on Kareem.
Isaiah Thomas making the passes only he can to Doc. Watch him invent this one. Gets knocked off balance. Nobody makes shots off balance better, I believe, than Dr. J.
Isaiah Thomas has 3 personal fouls in the ball game. That's more than anyone. He remains in the contest as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar goes to the line. Adrian Dantley, AD from Washington's DeMatha High School at Notre Dame, is into the ball game now. So Dantley along with Waller Davis, Magic Johnson, Alex English, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bird, Thomas, Parrish, Irving, and Moncrief. Still the 5 who started the game in there for the East. So, like you said, Casey Jones going with his starters more than Frank Layton.
I think he probably wants to do that without the services of Moses Malone. He's going to stay with that first unit more.
Here's Waller Davis, the Greyhound. Open court, Magic Johnson passes to English. Back inside, Danley looking for somebody. Magic Johnson behind his back, but the East picks it off and a lead pass to Julius. Out of bounds.
Even Dr. J couldn't track that one down.
And Tiki Vandeweghe comes back in the ball game for the West. Big favorite here.
It's one nugget for another.
Alex English goes out of the game. English has scored 11 points. He is the leading scorer for the West. Mark Aguirre has 10, and the Doctor has 13 to lead everybody. Vandeweghe going against Bird inside. Look at Julius go high for the board. Out to Bird. To Thomas. Thomas said, I got to do something with the ball.
He thought he'd be able to lay it back to the trailer, but they played him for it.
And Kareem on the drive in the other end. And Magic Johnson found him, as he does so many times during the regular season for the Los Angeles Lakers. And Magic Johnson has 11 assists.
I would say that Magic Johnson wants the West to win.
He said so before the game. He told Pat O'Brien he's trying to make it happen.
Working hard when the heat is on could mean perspiration odor. Right Guard antiperspirant helps stop wetness better than the leading spray, as it kills the bacteria that can cause perspiration odor.
I may not win every race, but I still have an advantage over these guys. I use the Gillette Atra. They don't. It has the advantage of a pivoting head. Atra is better than twin-blade razors that don't pivot. See? They don't always stay on my beard, but my Atra pivots to keep both blades on my beard longer. So I get a better shave. Close, comfortable.
Get the Gillette Atra and get the Atra advantage.
Hey, everyone can use a little advantage.
From Ford Special Vehicle Operations, the new Mustang SVO with a 175 horsepower turbocharged engine. Coney gas shocks, Goodyear NCT tires, four-wheel disc brakes, 5 speeds, articulated driving seats. The new Mustang SVO, the machine, speaks for itself. Have you driven the best-built American cars? Have you driven a Ford lately?
WBC Super Lightweight Champion Bruce Curry, who defeated Sugar Ray Leonard in the amateur ranks, puts his crown on the line today against undefeated Billy Costello. 16 knockouts amongst his 26-0 record. Women's World Speed Skating Championships and John Madden's Journeys, Tom.
Yes, and two guys that went in different directions, Bruce Seals and Sugar Ray Leonard, after their great Olympics in '76. Ray Seals, I'm sorry.
A couple of Sugar Rays, I guess.
Couple of Sugar Rays.
And men's giant slalom report coming up. Curry Costello, John Madden's Journeys, along with Women's World Speed Skating Championships, coming up next on CBS Sports Sunday. 68-52, the biggest lead in the ball game for the West All-Stars. The West has led since going ahead in the first period, 26-25. Julius Irving can't save the ball, and it is West ball.
Well, that little step play didn't work for the East, and here comes Magic on the fly again.
Magic Johnson going inside. Parrish gets the rebound, knocked away, and a foul called against Kareem, I believe. Going for the loose ball. It is against Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. This is the kind of game where we have two coaches, in Frank Layden and Casey Jones, who believe in the relaxed, low-key approach.
Yeah, and what Casey Jones and Frank Layden are known for more than anything else is communication with their players. And Frank Layden in particular communicating with patience. Casey Jones, low-key, talks to his players on an individual basis, and really I don't think ever kind of lays them out with verbal abuse. And one of the reasons why they like to play for Casey Jones, the Boston Celtics.
Robert Parrish, who enjoys it, 8 points so far in the ball game. He has 9 rebounds. He was second to Larry Bird in MVP balloting a couple of years ago in this game. 2:40 remaining in the first half, 68-53, the West leading the East. The East has won 4 in a row and lead 22-11 in the all-round series. Walter Davis, this is from the corner, and the East has a chance to come back.
And that 4 games straight by the East is weighing heavy on Magic Johnson's mind, and he's got the ability to communicate that to the rest of his West teammates.
Bird, rebound, Magic. Running the court is Walter Davis. We'll see if Magic rewards him. Loose ball, and I think the East was ready for a Magic pass. Bird, Parrish, blocked by Kareem. That's the best block shot of the game, and Frank Layton put both his arms in the air. Johnson to an open Walter Davis.
One great play leads to another.
17-point lead, biggest of the game. Under 2 minutes to play in the first half. Moncrief to Robert Parrish. Bird, the offensive rebound, the basket, and the foul. So a couple of Celtics trying to make things happen for the East.
We're going to see right now, coming up the court, left Larry Bird, number 33, laying it in there to Robert Parrish, and watch that other 33, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, save it, and up the court. Well, we missed that end. Magic Johnson, great pass to set up Alex English in the corner. But the East team having great difficulty getting their offense on track.
Larry Bird has 9. The West in control. Adrian Dantley. And here's Sidney Moncrief pushing it up. Moncrief, who can penetrate with the best of them. Couldn't score, and here comes Magic Johnson. He's got Kareem and Dantley. The trailer is Vandaway. He'll go to Kareem, slapped away by Bird. And taken away by Andrew Toney. Up ahead of the field, Bird to Dr. J. And Bird could have taken the shot, but he went to Julius Erving, and it's now a 70-58 game. Want to remind you, coming up at halftime, Pat O'Brien with the Slam Dunk Championship and old-timer highlights. Tony, 3-on-1. East. Julius again.
Well, East team getting their break going. All it took was a little rebounding off the defensive board and some good defense to make it happen.
And a 17-point lead has been cut to 10, and Julius Erving has 17 points now.
Watch this situation here. Great pickup by Tony. Starts the action. Up to Bird. And you can have it, Dr. J. You make it look better.
You know, many of his slam dunks we have seen so far in this game. Slam dunks from yesterday.
Boy, that was really something to watch.
Here's Frank Layden in the huddle.
Frank Layden telling his ball club, look, guys, we got to get back on the D, at least control the board, make sure they don't get the good outlets to get that break going. But that's awfully difficult to do.
Frank Layden went to Niagara, and in an amateur stage production, played the role of the coach in that championship season. How prophetic.
Great gentleman, Frank Layden.
Kiki Vandaway, top of the key, brings out the cheers here at McNichols Arena. 12-point lead, 31 seconds remaining in the first half. Bird to Julius, who has 17 points. Andrew Toney wide open. You can bank on it. Second basket for Toney. 10-point game.
A couple of Celtics, a couple of Sixers, and a buck thrown in there.
Vandaway again. So Kiki Vandaway personally is matching the East basket for basket here with 9 seconds to go. Bird off the rim. It'll be West ball with 5 seconds to play. And I think the West wants to push it up in a hurry. Johnson, it counts at the half. Does he want to win, Tommy?
He said it at the top. We said it in the middle, and he's showing us at the half.
And I'll tell you one thing, the West wants to end this 4-game East winning streak. We'll be back with Pat O'Brien at halftime in just a moment.
As a relief pitcher, everybody thought I had it easy. See Pat here? He'd pitch his heart out for 8 innings or so, and then I'd come in, toss him 3 or 4 pitches, and walk away with a win. But I had to train just like the rest of us. Yeah, well, I still like to keep in shape, and I drink light beer from Miller. See, light's less filling, and light really tastes great. Well, you just let me finish. Why? You never let me finish.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
Let me finish that for you, Sparky.
It's the dawn of a new era in microcomputer technology. The Tandy TRS-80 Model 2000 personal computer from Radio Shack, designed to meet your personal computing needs. It's faster, with higher resolution, more storage, and greater expandability than IBM's PC. Its ultra-high performance gives you the leading edge of Radio Shack's computer technology. The Tandy TRS-80 Model 2000 personal computer, the dawn of a new era in personal computing.
In every elated wicked land, there are moments to hold forever, forever in steps. Feel the power of the pounding hearts, forever in steps. Yours is the magic to hold. Share the triumph, share the gold, forever in steps.
This is one winter I'll never forget.
The memories are waiting in the new Winter Olympic stamps at the post office.
Before you buy the new Michelin XA4 all-season rating, remember this. Every XA4 has 20 million miles of testing behind it to prove it performs like a snow tire, and like a tire designed for the rain, and like a great handling highway tire, and to prove it keeps on performing mile after mile after mile. After 20 million miles, the Michelin XA4 proved it had nothing left to prove. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Nichols Arena has been turned into a racetrack today as All-Stars are racing their way through the 34th annual All-Star game. The West leads the East 76-62. Hi again, everybody. I'm Pat O'Brien, and welcome to At the Half. You know, it's been All-Star Day here in Denver, Colorado, but in a very big way, it has been All-Star Weekend here. Now, yesterday was the day for the consummate basketball fan, beginning with the return of the slam dunk contest. It is one of those inventions that really has no inventor. The dunk. Those who have perfected it all invented their own styles. To celebrate this, they picked where else? The Mile High City to hold the Gatorade NBA Slam Dunk Championship. The place was sold out, standing room only. And some of those who stood were some of the All-Stars who hung around to watch and learn.
I'm like a little kid. I'm cheering. I'm going crazy. But I've been dunked on by all of them, so I know how it feels as a player.
The rules were simple. Freestyle dunks beginning with 9 dunkers. After 3 dunks each, 4 advanced to the second round. And finally, there would be only 2 in the third round. The judges included a politician, an ex-baseball player, and 2 former NBA greats, Pete Maravich and Connie Hawkins. First round, the judges liked Darryl Griffith, Dr. Duncanstein, Larry Nance of the Phoenix Suns, and Julius Erving, who after this dunk needed a doctor. On the replay, it was vintage Dr. J until his head met the backboard convincingly. Another doctor was promptly put into service, and it was determined that Julius could continue. Important news. Julius was defending a title he won in 1976 with the ABA. So a headache was the last thing he needed today.
No blood, no foul.
Okay, you gonna keep your title?
Well, it's pretty tough. I tell you, I'm not gonna give it away. Somebody will have to win it.
And that's what Dominique Wilkins had in mind. He moves into the second round. After the first round, you're the leader. You got anything stored up for the second round?
Well, I'm going to think as I go along. I'm going to try to create something else, because I already did a few dunks in the first round. So hopefully the second round I'll have some more that I can perfect.
And advancing along with Wilkins, Julius Erving, Larry Nance, and Darryl Griffith. And Dominique came out strong. Dr. Duncanstein faltered. And Julius obviously recovered from his headache. Larry Nance held in, refusing to be upstaged. And then there were two, Larry Nance and the doctor, who consulted with his children. It was the family plan, and Julius took it to the floor. Jay's kids love it when a plan works. Nance, undaunted. Now Julius goes for the kill. That one definitely not in this day's plan. Nance, feeling victory, answers with something relatively conservative. But the doctor doesn't give up. He tries for a perfect score. And gets it. But it's not enough. Larry Nance wraps it up and surprised even himself that he had dethroned the doctor.
I didn't really know what I was going to do until I came on the floor and got in the air, and half of the time that's when I decided. But, I think we had some great dunkers here, and I'm really glad to get a win.
I wish I could do that. He picked up $10,000 for that. If you can believe it, there was one NBA game played yesterday that did not include a single slam dunk. It was the old-timers game, a bunch of old friends who got together to play just one more time.
Number 17, John Hondo Havlicek. The number 15, Earl the Pearl Barbara. Member of the Hall of Fame. The Big O.
The East and West old-timers certainly produced vintage names, but in the early minutes of the game, certainly not vintage basketball. Dave DeBuscher knows better than that. Earl Monroe thought so as well. One thing they learned early on was that it was indeed an old-timers game. And if the huffing and puffing didn't show it, the worn-out wheels did.
Your mind is telling you to do things, but your legs just won't do them. So it is slow motion at times, but your mind is still working quickly.
For the West, Connie Hawkins ignited the fans and the players with the old trademark, the Hawks moving inside. And if that wasn't enough, Nate Thurman showed that he had a bit of his old style to offer. And how about this assist from Johnny Kerr? Leading scorer this day was Pete Maravich, whose pistols are still smoking, 18 points. And Lou Hudson showed he was still sweet, finishing up with 12. John Havlicek got the Hustle Award for plays like this one. His mind said drive. His body said, take it, Pete. Oh, yes, and defense. But as things got close near the end, everybody got serious. Fred Auerbach led the East concern. But Earl the Pearl Monroe dug in and came up with some plays from the glory years as the West held on for a 65-63 win over the East.
Once the adrenaline starts going, you kind of think that you're a lot younger, and you start doing the things that you used to do before.
Once the Pearl, always the Pearl.
Oh, I hope so. I hope there's no more out there like me.
And then there's our Tommy Heinsohn. He played 5 minutes, didn't get any points. He looked pretty good trying, though. He did have an assist, and it was a beauty behind the back. And when the stats were handed out, they didn't give him credit for it. He said they used to do that to him all the time. Nothing changes, he says. At the half, we'll continue with Brent Musburger in New York City after these words from your local station.
Next weekend, CBS Sports begins its expanded coverage of the PGA Tour with the final 2 rounds of the Bing Crosby Pro-Am. Next weekend on CBS Sports. This is CBS.
Today they made me a partner. Tonight, we're going to raise the roof.
Loosen that Coors Light, turn it loose tonight. Don't hold back, turn it loose tonight. Beer after beer, when you're moving around, Coors Light is the one that won't slow you down. Coors Light, turn it loose, turn it loose, turn it loose.
Don't slow down.
Turn it loose.
On a wonderful day like today,
I defy any cloud to appear in the sky. Dare any raindrop to pop in my eye on a wonderful day like today.
Subaru presents the only full line of on-demand four-wheel drive vehicles in America. So now, every day can be
A wonderful day like today.
See your Southern California Subaru dealer today.
Now, Wells Fargo delivers money for more people than ever before in Wells Fargo history. With the helping hand, the greatest choice of times and terms and plans we've ever offered. Loans with fixed rates. Loans with variable rates. Short-term or long-term loans. Lines of credit. The great Wells Fargo loan delivery. There's just no end to it.
Check your finances at 5.
Back live in New York, I'm Brent Musburger, and as all of you are probably aware now, yesterday, Bud Grant announced that he was resigning as head coach of the Minnesota Vikings after 17 years at the helm. Now, the man who is undoubtedly going to replace him is one of his assistant coaches, 37-year-old Les Steckel. Now, Steckel has been the receiver coach for the Vikings since 1979. And reportedly, he turned down the head job at Minnesota recently, so obviously he knew that something was in the works. In college basketball a short time ago, top-ranked North Carolina came on strong in the second half to down Louisiana State 90-79. Michael Jordan scored 29 points, 23 of them in the second half. And last night, out in Edmonton, the Los Angeles Kings managed to accomplish something no other NHL club had been able to do this season. Stop Wayne Gretzky. And so the great scoring streak finally ended at 51. But you know, it really almost ended 2.5 weeks ago. Game 44. The streak appears to be over. 2 seconds to go, and Tony Esposito is pulled, and Wayne Gretzky shoves the puck into an open net. And the most stirring streak of the year is still alive. Everyone, whether they were a hockey fan or not, suddenly was starting to keep an eye on the daily Edmonton box score. Even the odds makers were starting to take action on whether or not Wayne Gretzky could sustain the scoring streak for an entire season. 80 games.
I realize what's going on out there. I know that every night the team that we play against wants to be the team that stops Wayne Gretzky, but I just have to go out there and do the job the best of my ability.
Game 48. The Oilers are shorthanded. That Gretzky goal kept it alive. Then Friday night, game 51.
Gretzky with a big blast, he scores! The streak is 51.
And this was the scene last night in Edmonton. The Oilers were taking on the Los Angeles Kings. The Kings had stopped Gretzky last year at 30 games. They also had roughed him up in an earlier game this year. Coach Glenn Stather knew that his star was hurting because of an injured shoulder. Time was running down, and it was Gretzky matched against Marcus Matson. Gretzky would have only 3 shots on goal, 2 during this sequence. But Matson was able to shut him down.
We go down to 3 seconds. Here's a chance. Gretzky at the side of the net. The game is over.
I'm disappointed it's over. I'm sorry that I couldn't go a little longer. I'm sorry we lost the hockey game, but you know, it's a long year, it's a long career, and pick it up from the beginning again and go on.
What an artist. He'll probably get 4 goals and 4 assists in the All-Star game Tuesday night. Now, later today on CBS Sports Sunday, unbeaten Billy Costello challenges WBC World Super Lightweight Champion Bruce Curry in a live 12-rounder down in Beaumont, Texas. And also, we'll bring you Mary Doctor's surprising performance at the Women's World Speed Skating Championships, as well as action from today's races over in Holland. And on John Madden's journeys, the parallel but starkly contrasting careers of boxers Ray Leonard and Ray Seals in a special tale of 2 champions. All of that is coming up right after the second half of the NBA All-Star Game. We'll return you to Denver and Dick Stockton in just a moment.
I'm taking better care of my body. Better care of my skin, too. With Skin Bracer Aftershave, shaving can make your skin hot, irritated. Thermal photography shows it. But Skin Bracer cools your skin, tightens pores. That's the tingle. Smells great, too. But it's not cologne. It's skin care that feels good. Thanks. I needed that.
Skin Bracer takes care of men who take care of their skin. Skin Bracer Aftershave.
By Menon.
Denerex versus Selsun Blue.
This side here, I've got a tingling sensation on my scalp. Feels good. On this side, there's not much any sensation. It's just kind of there.
Look what you used.
Denerex. Feels good. This is the side that was tingling.
Each shampoo has one medicine for dandruff. Only Denerex adds extra anti-itch medicine many dermatologists recommend.
The tingling felt like, hey, it's happening now. Selsun Blue's lost a customer. I'm a Denerex man.
Denerex shampoo or shampoo and conditioner fights dandruff and its itch.
Airborne has moved ahead of the pack and is challenging Federal to a race. Now, Federal starts this race with a big lead, but with a staggering load of packages to carry every day. At Airborne, we're just the right size to give you great service and move fast. So fast that Airborne makes most of their deliveries before 10:30 a.m. No wonder more people are switching to Airborne than ever before. And no wonder we say, watch out, Federal. Here comes Airborne.
Dan Issel's family likes playing basketball almost as much as he does. Through Special Olympics, they're helping the families of mentally handicapped children teach basketball to their kids. Together, they're experiencing the joy of sports.
Families helping families. That's the spirit of Special Olympics. Hey, no fair. I was talking.
So help a special person you know join the Special Olympics family. A public service announcement of the NBA.
Welcome back to McNichols Arena for the 34th annual NBA All-Star Game. The West, in a surprise, leading the East 76-62 at halftime. And Tom Heitz and Magic Johnson last year set a record with 16 assists. He has 12 so far. That's a big part of the reason why the West is upsetting the East.
They're making their fast break attempts really pay off, and Magic's the guy that's doing it. The rebounds are practically even, but when they're getting that ball off the board and getting that break started, Magic is hitting the right guy at the right time.
Moses Malone, of course, is not here, the dominating center in the league. Of course, Robert Parrish and Lane Beer are here also for the Eastern All-Stars. What is Moses' absence? How has it affected the East?
The East was conceded before this game to have the superior rebounding strength, and without Moses being here, that is a real significant factor, I believe, in this ball game. Robert Parrish is a good rebounder, but certainly Moses Malone makes those bodies fly underneath there, and I think it would have been really helpful if he'd been here for the East.
Okay, and we're getting set now for the start of the third period. Here is Larry Nance, who, as you saw, won the Slam Dunk Championship, and that's his trophy, sitting there with his trophy, Tom.
Well, what do you think he was going to do? Put it in his pocket?
I don't know. He's got big pockets, and that's a big trophy. Larry Nance of Phoenix, and he is a star to watch in the NBA.
I'm sure he's got that $10,000 in his pocket.
Speaking of thousands of dollars, each winner of this All-Star team will receive $2,000 and the losing team $1,000. So they're not in it for the money, but we saw a lot of that pride in the first half, particularly from Magic Johnson. Underway in the third period. The starting five in the ball game for the East is out there now, and Robert Parrish makes the second one count.
Right off the get-go, they try to go inside, and it's successful. They'll try and climb back and maybe be a little bit more selective on their fast breaks to the East and then go to the power game inside.
Same five who started for the West also in there. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who scores there, along with Adrian Danley, Alex English, George Gervin, and Magic Johnson. And it's 78-64. The East had the early lead, an 8-point lead at 12-4, but Magic brought it back. Biggest lead for the West, 17 points. Here's Moncrief inside. Too much traffic with Kareem and Gervin. And here's Magic Johnson. Julius trying to stay with him. Pass inside to Adrian Danley. And Larry Bird gets the rebound. Julius. Bird. Basket counts and a foul, and the East coming back here early in the third.
They're trying to storm it up the court. Be very selective on the fast break. That time Larry Bird had a clear alley to the basket, and Dr. J made it happen.
Larry Bird. He is the blue-collar work ethic, along, I guess, with Rulin. He was the MVP 2 years ago. He's 8th in the league, averaging over 23 a game. He leads the Celtics in assists and steals, and the second-best free throw percentage in the NBA at 88%.
I think he's got one of the greatest personalities to play as a teammate. Quiet, unassuming, doesn't really look for the glamour and the limelight, and I think his teammates love it.
Driving is Gervin to the hoop. Kareem. And a 10-footer for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has 14 points and is the high scorer for the West. He has hit 6 in a row now. Julius looking inside for Bird. Bird gets position. Flipped back off of Parrish. Danley had it, and he was fouled by Julius Erving, and that's The second foul of this second half. So for Irving, that is his second personal foul. And the first team foul for the East. Minute and a half gone by in this third period. Adrian Danley going to the hoop is rejected inside.
Then get by me, says Dr. J.
And Isaiah Thomas comes back and hits the jumper. So Thomas gets the first point, and only Otis Birdsong and Bill Lane Beer of these All-Stars have not scored. Everyone on the West team has scored a point or more in the game. That was the first basket of the ball game for Thomas. And we have a lot of holding fouls so far. Julius Irving's third.
Here's Kareem's by Dr. J. You watch Dr. J come right in there and swat it away. So little defense being played here.
Dantley. Parrish out to Thomas. A 4-on-3 with Isaiah Thomas. With Moncrief. Sidney Moncrief inside.
They had a 4-on-3 that time, and they're starting to push it up and make it happen. The East.
Bird steals it, and getting it right back is Alex English.
Does he have a sweet shot, Alex English? One of the best pure jump shooters I've seen for a big guy.
6 for 6 from the field for English. Irving, after Thomas is missed, draws the foul. So the East had drawn to within 9 points after trailing by 14 at the half. It is now back to 11, and with the personal foul on Kareem, that's his third personal foul, the East will have a chance to knock it down to 9. Frank Layden, an Irishman from Brooklyn, New York, the general manager and coach of the Utah Jazz, and a big, fat contract ahead of him. He's done a great job in this game, particularly.
DP Gym Pack. Professional exercises at home. DP, fit for life.
For life, for life. DP, DP, DP. My turn. DP.
The Grand Coulee Dam, built to harness the power of the Columbia River and provide electricity for millions. That took bold imagination, and it made this country grow. Today, I see that same kind of imagination in hundreds of small to mid-sized companies whose new ideas, new jobs, and new technologies will continue to build America. At First Jersey Securities, we specialize in discovering such emerging growth companies for today's investors with vision. First Jersey Securities. Come grow with us.
You are looking at live music as seen through a computer. The computer can freeze an instant of the music and mark it. Now, a Memorex high-bias tool recording of the same music. Compare Memorex to live. You will not hear truer reproduction on any high-bias cassette. Not the first play, not the 1000th, not ever, or we'll replace it. Free. Is it live, or is it Memorex?
Sunday, Alice is moving to a new time, and Carrie tells Mel the truth about his long-lost pet.
Not in front of the DOG.
Julius Irving has the best average among All-Star Game scoring leaders, and the other 4, Oscar Robertson, Bob Pettit, Elgin Baylor, and George Mikan, are all here. Mikan, of course, the honorary captain for the West. Elgin Baylor did not play because of an Achilles injury in the old-timers game, but Robertson and Pettit did. And Julius Irving, who's the high scorer today with 17 points, will be going to the line to try to increase his lead. The home of the Denver Nuggets, and Carl Scheer, the vice president and general manager of this franchise, has put together a tremendous All-Star Weekend show. And you saw in Pat O'Brien's halftime report the packed house yesterday of 17,000 plus, and of course the sellout today.
You know, they had more people apply for press credentials to cover this weekend than ever in All-Star history, and that includes cities like Los Angeles and New York. That's quite a compliment to this Nugget organization.
No question. Of course, next year's All-Star Game will be held at Market Square Arena in Indianapolis, and we can expect the same kind of hospitality. And
they have the all-timers game day. I'm going to really work to get in shape.
Tommy, one every 5 years enough for you, don't you think?
I think so.
I was worried about you for a while. Kareem with the sky hook. That's until you got that assist that they didn't give you.
Boy, I hope they got that on tape so I can take it home with me.
I think the tape went blank at that time.
That's my only assist in my career.
11-point lead for the West. Julius Erving working against Adrian Dantley. Has a shot blocked by Gervin. Julius again. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Isaiah Thomas hands it from outside. So it's a 9-point game again. And here's Magic pushing it up. Out of bounds. It's going to be turned over to the east.
You'll see a great move by Dr. J. But Gervin, the Iceman, icing him down.
All right, Isaiah Thomas now in a setup offense, working against Magic Johnson, who's 6'9". Got about 8 inches on Isaiah. Julius Erving has Parrish for a screen, fighting through Dantley. Good defense by Dantley. 4 seconds on the clock. Bird fires it up. Parrish, new clock. Out of bounds. Oh, still inbounds, and now they stepped on the line, so it'll be West ball. A little sloppy inside for the moment, and here comes Magic Johnson, who has 13 assists in the game, beats Alex English, locked out of bounds.
Well, they said this would be all offense. We're seeing all defense. Block shots galore here.
Last year, we saw great passing and defense, and I think that what we have here, a lot of players, everyone thinks they all want to shoot and score. I think they want to impress their peers that they can pass to.
And also play that good D.
Kareem against Parrish. Left-handed sky hook.
He moves to the hoop with that move. He's unstoppable. It really requires team defense to try and turn Jabbar off.
18 points for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's hit 8 of his last 9 shots. He scored 20 in a losing cause for the West last year. Moncrief double-teamed inside. Parrish lost it. And they're going to call a loose ball foul. It'll be against Adrian Dantley, and that will be the 13th foul. And second personal against Adrian Dantley with an 11-point West lead. They have been in the lead since the early East 12-4 margin. Biggest margin was 17 points.
The West trying to play a little bit more team defense than perhaps the East.
Magic Johnson, did he get Thomas from behind? And Earl Strom says he did. And so that'll be the second foul on number 32.
Well, right now, the West is taking advantage of anytime the ball going down inside, as we're looking at Mark McGuire, they're going to double down and try and take the ball out of the hands of the big people down low of the East. And it's been effective the last couple of trips.
Isaiah Thomas. And so, along with Mark Aguirre coming in for the West, Bernard King comes in for Larry Bird of the East. Bird goes to the bench. He has scored 12 points. Thomas's smile is so infectious.
He's just happy to be at the line, I think.
He's averaged over 10 assists this year, 2.5 steals. And a foul with 7:22 to go in the third period. I believe that foul is on Sidney Moncrief, and that's number 3 on Sidney Moncrief. And so George Gervin will go to the line. The East is trailing by 14 at the half. They've made some headway here in the third period, but still trail by 9. Now it's 10.
Well, Gervin is one of the more difficult guards to defend against in the NBA. 6'7". He's got the good outside shot. And you really, when he gets his hands on the ball, have difficulty trying to take that jump shot away from him.
Kevin McHale comes in for Robert Parrish, who has 10 points and 13 rebounds. So Parrish is doing the job as a starter. Moses Malone, of course, injured, unable to play.
Now, here's where the East team could lose the battle of the boards. With Parrish being out, he's been doing a real credible job on the offense and defensive board.
Thomas hits the jump shot. Isaiah Thomas, who was scoreless at halftime, now has 8 points on 4 field goals. They're coming back. Magic Johnson inside. Aguirre loses it to the doctor. 4 on 3. And Julius is fouled, so a chance now for the East to come within 7 points with just under 7 minutes to go in the third period. And now Frank Layden says, I'm going to get a playmaker and scrappy defender of my own in the game. So Ricky Green will be coming back in the ball game for the West. Ricky Green has scored 2 points, but he's been quite a playmaker with 8 assists in the game, and we'll be back.
Mark
first company picnic wasn't much. 2 bags of chips and a six-pack. But things changed, because we give our customers a good job for a good price. Call it good business, like this Meisterbrow. Sure, I can pick any beer now, but Meisterbrow tastes every bit as good as Budweiser, and it doesn't cost as much, so there's no contest. Hey, any of you overpaid, underworked people want a beer?
Introducing Meisterbrow. Tastes as good as Budweiser at a better price. You're inside the American Airlines maintenance base where professionals like Richard McCormick run thousands of checks on our planes inside and out as part of our comprehensive maintenance program. At American, we spend over $1 million a day keeping our planes up to the highest standards, but there are some things you just can't put a price on.
We're American Airlines, doing what we do best.
It certainly is a big bun. It's a very big bun. Big fluffy bun. It's a very big fluffy bun. Where's the beef?
Some hamburger places give you a lot less beef on a lot of bun.
Where's the beef?
At Wendy's, we serve a hamburger we modestly call a single. And Wendy's single has more beef than the Whopper or Big Mac. At Wendy's, you get more beef and less bun.
Hey, where's the beef? I don't think there's anybody back there.
You want something better. You're Wendy's kind of people.
Pat O'Brien here with outgoing commissioner of the NBA, Larry O'Brien, and what a great game for your last game.
A great game, and that's the tradition of all-star games. As you know, the NBA, fantastic players, the greatest in the world, and here we are enjoying them thoroughly.
And all the comments about you, the one thing that's been left out is what you're going to do next. What are you going to do?
I haven't made a firm decision, Pat, but I will very shortly, and the people suggest a lot of things to me, but they're supposed to be well-meaning friends, and I'm too sure they're well-meaning. I think a lot about all of this.
Congratulations on great contributions to the game. Back to you, Dick.
Tommy, he's been a terrific commissioner.
The game has blossomed under his administration. It was in serious trouble. It's come on to where I think it's ready to be the sport of the 80s that they hoped it would be in the 70s.
He does leave, as you said, the game much better shape than when he came.
Had a lot of problems when he came in, merger, expansion, player problems, antitrust actions, solved that in a great conciliatory way as a great compromiser, and really had done an outstanding job. The next guy coming in has got a tough act to follow.
And he's got good credentials, David Stern, who will take over this week. Julius Erving, this is the first free throw, so Ricky Green is in the backcourt for the West, along with George Gervin. It is now an 8-point game with just under 7 minutes to play, 88-80. Ricky Green looked good with 8 assists, as we said, out of the Utah Jazz, the surprise team. The third best record in the NBA at Boston and Philadelphia.
Well, they're trying to help out on Kareem as much as they possibly can. There it is. They're going to...
And there's Ricky Green outside hitting the jumper. So Ricky Green now with only his second basket, but he has made things happen every time he's come in the game now, and it's 90-80, 6:34 remaining in the third period. Dick Stockton and Tom Heinsohn here in Denver, Colorado.
Game taking a slower form right now. They're trying to set it up a little bit more than the fast break.
Thomas with a jumper, and he has been red hot in the second half with 10 points on 5 field goals. And once again, the East is coming close. They're 8 points down, and Thomas saves it to Sidney Moncrief, and a chance to draw to 6 points. But Sidney Moncrief is a lot of things, but a magician he's not.
They say some of those Denver players don't play defense. Alex English forced the walk.
Jack Sigma is going to come in. Otis Birdsong, one of 2 players who hasn't scored in the game. From the New Jersey Nets, he comes in the ball game. Jack Sigma comes in, and Ralph Sampson. So they're going to go with the Redwood Trees now, Frank Layden is, and take advantage of what could be a big deficit for the East rebounding-wise.
Sigma with the curly hair.
Illinois Wesleyan. Misses the shot, gets his own rebound, and scores.
That's a tough matchup for Dr. J because he can't get at the shot. Turns Sigma loose on the board so he can get his own missed shot.
10-point lead, 5:45 to go. Biggest lead was 17 by the West at 70-53. Birdsong picked up nicely by Mark Aguirre, and Otis Birdsong off the rim. Birdsong double team, finds King. King, Irving. Julius from King.
Oh, yes.
Aguirre.
Creativity.
Why do people say that these are the greatest athletes in the game? Just look at any one of these plays, right?
Watch this play here. Drop down. He's corralled in there by 3 white jerseys. Finds a nice way to get it up and in. Wasn't that beautiful?
Julius Erving goes out of the game. He has scored 22 points and is the game high scorer. Kareem has 18 for the West, and here's Ruland in the ball game. Jeff Ruland from the Washington Bullets, who have been struggling so far in the Atlantic Division in last place.
Did you take a look at that grim face of Jeff Ruland? How'd you like to meet him in a dark alley?
Wouldn't even want to sit next to him at the banquet last night.
I'm going to tell you something. He is huge.
9-point lead, 93-84, 5:20 to go. McGuire has 11 in the game now. Isaiah Thomas and Ricky Green matched up. Former Big Ten stars. Thomas from Indiana, Ricky Green from Michigan. Rebound, Ralph Sampson. And they went at it in the NCAA championship a few years ago. Ricky Green. No good. Aguirre. Out of bounds, East ball, and a chance now to narrow the lead to 7. And Aguirre comes out like a fullback. There's Andrew Toney back in the ball game. So they want some scoring right now. And Andrew could very well give it to him.
He's great, fast breaking, as we see Isaiah sitting down, but they need to get the fast break going, make good hoops on that end of it, and also if they don't, get some set offense going.
22nd timeout called for by Casey Jones. Julius Erving has 22 points, Larry Bird 12, Parrish and Isaiah Thomas 10, all of Thomas's points in the second half. Kareem is the leading scorer for the West with 18. Behind him is Alex English with 13, Mark Aguirre 11, and George Gervin 9.
Well, Kareem very much a factor here in all kinds of ways, but that inside game against Robert Parrish has produced some strong offensive points, rolls to the hoop, and they're not, because the East hasn't got that real team defensive concept to double down on Kareem. It's turning him loose a little bit more than normally happens during a regular season.
Under 5 minutes to go, third period. 9-point lead, 93-84. Jeff Ruland inside. A lot of beef inside with Sigma, and it's out of bounds. Good defense by Jack Sigma.
Well, he had him underneath the basket. No place for Ruland to go, but jump back into Ralph Sampson. How'd you like to face that?
Gervin working against, and with the help of the Sampson pick, coming around to Aguirre. Bernard King defending Aguirre. Loose ball, Sigma comes up with it. He has played a game that won't always be shown in the box score at the end. That was Mark Aguirre with his 13th point, but Sigma is really causing a lot of commotion inside at both ends. McHale turnaround, and he's fouled.
At the East losing the battle of the boards right now, Sigma and Ralph Sampson and Aguirre matched up against the Ruland, McHale, and the Bernard King. That's where the problem lies right now.
Jim Paxson replaces George Gervin. So a scorer goes out in George Gervin, who has scored 9 points. And Paxson, as we said, works well without the ball. A really heady player for Portland in there.
I used to play against his dad. He played for the Cincinnati Royals, and fine player, and I think he took that youngster when he was a little kid and taught him how to move without the ball, because that's what his dad used to do so well.
Of course, Jim Paxson's brother John, rookie with the San Antonio Spurs. Athena was struggling early. They've come back. They got the 6th best record now in the Western Conference traveling call. The West has held the lead. It was 14 at the half. It's now 95-86. 4 minutes to go in the period. Bernard King. Smooth jumper by Bernard King. Once a comeback player of the year at Golden State. Mark Aguirre putting on a show. Follow-up. And McHale clears it. And here's Kevin McHale showing he can handle the ball. The King to McHale inside. They battle for it. Paxson. Ruland. Birdsong tipped up and in by Bernard King.
And King is triggering this comeback by the East.
A 5-point game now with 3:25 to go. And here comes Birdsong. Green is back. So is King. Follow up McHale. And it's a 95-92 ball game.
And Kevin McHale's got a little bit to do with this comeback himself.
is coming back. We'll be back.
A colorful breakthrough. Canon's 270F. It lets you make up to 27 copies a minute, reduces, enlarges, can even feed and collate automatically. But the 270F does more. It lets you communicate in color at a price that keeps you in the black. The Canon MP270F. For information, call toll-free.
Now you owe me $4 million, Dad. $2 million. Want to go double or nothing? Bet you my deodorant's stronger than yours.
Oh, you lose. My deodorant's Old Spice.
Mine's new improved Old Spice.
New improved Old Spice with 25% more odor fighters, extra strong, and lasts all day long. Helps keep you smelling fresh long into the night.
Hey, you're right. That new Old Spice is still working.
New improved Old Spice, extra strong, lasts long.
I owe you $6 million.
8, Dad.
What's on the horizon for TV? More than 100 broadcast and cable channels. That's why Zenith invented the Smart Set. The only set smart enough to give you 178 channel capability now. Smart enough to let you access more channels through Zenith's most advanced Space Command remote control. The Smart Set lets you tune in the future without leaving your chair. Advanced System 3. The Smart Set. Exclusively Zenith.
Next weekend, CBS Sports begins its expanded coverage of the PGA Tour with the final 2 rounds of the Bing Crosby Pro-Am. Next weekend on CBS Sports.
In the Atlantic Division, the defending world champion Philadelphia 76ers trail the Boston Celtics by 5 games, and Philadelphia has a lot to make up. And 2 weeks from today, at 3:30 Eastern Time, one of the classic rivalries in sports continues as the 76ers travel to the Boston Garden to face the Celtics. You'll see them all, the Doctor, Moses Malone, and the rest of the defending champions against Larry Bird and the Celtics. And it seems like every game they play goes down to the wire, Thomas.
Boy, it's a war when they play each other. There's an intense rivalry that goes on there. The Celtics can be up by 5 games, but Philadelphia doesn't believe it.
And that's in 2 weeks. Philly in Boston, 3:30 Eastern Time. Tommy and I will be there. Kiki Vandaway.
That'll be a great one.
Inbounds to Sigma. 10 seconds on the shot clock. West ball, 2:56 remaining.
Well, the West right now trying to set up their own inside game a little bit. They've got Ralph Sampson down there and being guarded by Rulin, but
Ricky Green hits the jump shot. The bomb. 6 points for Ricky Green, just about at that 3-point line. And a 5-point lead for the West, just when they needed it the most. Inside, Bernard King. Rebound, Ralph Sampson. Outlet pass to Ricky Green. McHale in front of him. Ricky Green again. And Rulin. Out to Otis Birdsong. And we're seeing end-to-end fast break basketball right now. Bernard King goes to baseline. Basket, counts, and a foul. And Ralph Sampson's got to be saying, what can I do to stop that?
And that brought Larry Bird straight off the bench. What a great play by Bernard King. It goes up quickly, and watch the flow that Sampson lays on Bernard King. He takes it and kisses it off the glass as nice as can be.
The 4th personal foul on Sampson. King missed the free throw, so it's still a 3-point game, and Ricky Green stepped on the line, and the East can narrow it to 1 now as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar comes back in the ball game. He has 18 and is the leading scorer for the West. Ralph Sampson sits down with 4 personals.
Well, Sampson played rather well in there.
He's played well in his first appearance in his first year. Andrew Kelly drive a little bit too hard. McHale over Kareem. Ruling that a loose ball foul will be charged against the Eastern All-Stars.
2 blocks of granite. Look at the grimace, guys. Larry Bird, you don't think these guys want to win the game? There's your answer, baby.
I think it's like anything else. I think they have a lot of fun. They enjoyed watching you guys play yesterday, the Slam Dunkers. And when they toss it up on the day of the game, what else do you want to do? Your old coach, Red Auerbach, how badly did he want to win yesterday?
You wouldn't believe it. He was putting plays on the blackboard to win that old-timers game. But what really was interesting in the locker room today, before these ball games, was the intensity that you see. I coached a few of these all-star games, and when that door closes and the press is outside, it's all business. How are we going to beat the other team? And it's meaningful.
Rulin had committed the foul, of course, and Sikma made good on his first free throw. Jack Sikma, one of the last vestiges of Seattle's championship team. Certainly the last of the great front line. Here are the old-timers. There's Hal Greer in the middle. To Busher to the right, Havlicek and Alex Hannum.
With the glasses perched on the top of his head.
He's a big favorite in Denver. He coached the Western old-timers. 2 minutes to go, and we have a pushing foul with 1:59. So they'll go to the line and shoot two.
Very interesting to me, Dick, that when the East is looking for an inside game, they're going to Bernard King. They must feel they have a mismatch situation there, or somebody can't guard Bernard King. Normally you'd think they might go to Rulin or Kevin McHale, but they're going to Bernard King.
And he can do it inside. Vandeweghe fouled him, and Bernard misses the free throw. Here's Johnny Kerr, and behind him, the great Oscar Robertson.
Johnny Kerr let me get a shot off yesterday. Thank you very much, Johnny Kerr.
You guys won the Hefty Award.
Yeah, we won the Hefty Award. Pudgy Man of the Year.
Paxson looking for Kareem. Rulin banging inside. Paxson fires it up. Sikma. Second effort. Sikma again. 101-95 with 1:40 to go. The West does not want to relinquish this lead. No question about it.
Well, the East can't afford to give up that offensive board that easily.
McHale double teamed by Green and Sikma, and stolen by Sikma. Here's Ricky Green. Paxson.
Well, that was a beautiful shot by Paxson. He had to glide by Andrew Toney and lay it in lefty. Not an easy shot.
They closed it to 3, the East, and now it's an 8-point game again. And Kareem may be hit with a foul. Let's see if it is. It's number 4. And it is number 4 on Abdul-Jabbar. So Ralph Sampson is on the bench with 4. Kareem has 4.
How'd you like to be coaching a team for a full season, and if Kareem went down with 6 personal fouls, your substitute would be Ralph Sampson.
Or Jack Sikma. Wow. Bill Laimbeer comes back in the ball game, replacing Kevin McHale. Laimbeer.
And that's an effort by Casey Jones to get control, a little bit better control of the rebounding department, as McHale has given up a lot of strength on Jabbar.
Rulin, who's a new daddy. His daughter, Courtney Ann, is a week old, and he is a proud father, and he cans the free throw, so it's 103-97. Ralph Sampson getting set to come back in. You saw Kiki Vandeweghe. What a great front line the Denver Nuggets have with Issel, Vandeweghe, and English.
They can shoot it inside and shoot it outside.
Tony driving. Laimbeer. Tapped out from Kareem to Paxson to Ricky Green. And Bernard King the rebound. Otis Birdsong defending Green in one end, and Otis Birdsong taking a shot at the other end. Birdsong. What play? This was a big game for Otis Birdsong, too, isn't it? Coming off of the injury in 2 tough years.
He wants to prove that he's back. He's made a dramatic comeback after a stress fracture of the pelvis last year.
And Jim Paxson in double figures with 10 for the West. 107-99, 10 seconds to go. In the third period, the East cut it to 3. But the West is opening up again to an 8-point lead, 107-99. And with 1 second to go, that'll do it in the third period. So we have completed 3 periods in the 34th annual All-Star Game. It's 107-99 the West. And we'll return to McNichols Arena after this word from your local station.
This is CBS.
Introducing the amazing Renault Encore. Look how it feels to flow through hair-thin curves. Feel the amazing response of electronic fuel injection. And look how the new Encore feels as it almost ignores gas pumps and mows to the road with 4 wheels suspended independently. For an amazing 6081, European design built in America. The new Renault Encore, amazing. See your California Jeep Renault dealer, the one to watch.
For people on the move in Los Angeles,
PSA has opened the all-new PSA Terminal 1 at Los Angeles International. PSA is number 1 at Terminal 1, featuring easy access to and from the airport, so you enjoy first in, first out convenience every time you fly with us. We're number 1 in the corridor because more travelers select PSA than any other airline. Now we're number 1 at Terminal 1 at LAX with a smile.
How safe is your diet? Wednesday at 5. Now you too can get an official 1984 NBA All-Star Game program filled with full-color action photos and great articles, including a look back at the fabled 1976 Slam Dunk Contest, a history of past All-Star Games, records, statistics, and much, much more. To order, send $5 to All-Star Program, Post Office Box 1750, New York, 10163. All orders must be postmarked by March 15th. So send for your official All-Star Program today.
The 1984 NBA All-Star Game is sponsored by Mazda and the full line of sophisticated Mazda products. Miller High Life. Welcome to Miller Time. Airborne, as close as you can come to 100% on-time delivery. And by Gillette, makers of improved foamy shave cream with thicker, richer lather.
A beautiful state, Colorado, and a progressive city, Denver, the host of the 34th All-Star Game. The West leads 107-99. We start the fourth period. Dick Stockton with Tom Heinsohn. Keep in mind that the East has won 4 straight games. No one has ever won 5 in a row. The West wants to break it, and we're going to get down to crunch time in this one.
Yeah, a lot of strategy going to start to develop here in this fourth quarter as we see Magic Johnson back in the ball game. They're going to have their best ball handlers try and keep the fast break going the way they did prior, and if they don't, go to the inside. The strategy maker, Frank Layden, sitting on the bench.
Sigma against Lane Beer, fall-away shot. So Jack Sigma starts out with Ralph Sampson, Kiki Vandeweghe, Magic Johnson, and Walter Davis. Andrew Toney and Otis Birdsong are in the backcourt for the East. Bill Lane Beer, Bernard King, and Jeff Rulin. And a foul right off the top here, a personal foul on Jack Sigma, his third.
And Rulin, as he wheeled, got by Sigma, but saw, guess who? Ralph Sampson.
All right, here's Kelly Tripucka and Isaiah Thomas coming back in. So once again, we have 3 Detroit Pistons in there. Tripucka, Thomas, and Lane Beer. The combinations you were talking about.
Trying to have a little cohesiveness in the offense.
King misses the shot. Sigma, the rebound. Walter Davis to Kiki Vandeweghe. And out of the pack comes Isaiah Thomas, 4-on-1. It's Bernard King with a stop on a drive.
Well, he's been playing some kind of game, Bernard King.
He's got 18 points, Tom, and Julius still leads all scorers with 22. Kareem has 18 for the West. McGuire and English 13. Walter Davis, no good. Rebound Lane Beer. Nearly 2 minutes gone by in the final period, an 8-point lead for the West. Isaiah Thomas, he has been blistering hot in the second half. He has 12 points in the game, all in the second. Losing it. No, not quite. It's still West ball, Thomas.
With Magic and Isaiah in there, they're still going to try and fast break as much as possible.
Here's Ralph Sampson. And here's Isaiah Thomas running ahead of the ball for a moment. He's trying to lead the comeback with King, Lane Beer, and it's now 109-105, a 4-point game, and the closest the East has come was in the third period when they got to within 3.
It's getting down to that crunch time.
Walter Davis firing away and hitting. I'll tell you, the West All-Stars with most of the big scorers have been hitting the outside shot in the second half.
That makes any set offense very interesting. The East going to try and do it with the fast break here in this fourth quarter.
Rulin, Lambier, 2 in a row for Bill Lambier, who played in Italy 4 years ago, went from Cleveland to Detroit, now has a home in Detroit. Sigma, Sampson, and they'll call a jump ball. Rulin ties up Sampson.
Well, Rulin may not have gotten the rebound, but he surrounded Ralph Sampson.
There we go.
I wonder who's going to get this tip.
Well, the East, Tripucka, foul. Nope. He's fouled. The crowd thought he had traveled. and they don't like the call. Tripucka is fouled by Magic Johnson, number 3 on Johnson. And a timeout.
This is really strategy time for both these coaches to try and win this game.
9:40 remaining in the fourth period. The West is up by 4.
Giving that extra effort makes winners. Be all you can be. Sponsored by the U.S. Army. They call him the Doctor. And no one can match Julius Erving when it comes to flair and flamboyance. But when Erving first joined the Philadelphia 76ers in 1976, he had to conform his style to fit a team concept, saving the spectacular for when needed. Even today, at age 33, the NBA's most popular player is still working on his game, striving to be the best he can be.
That's a big step, Tom.
I'm still going to go to college, Dad, but after the Army.
I thought you wanted to be an electrical engineer.
I'll be learning about electronics, and I can qualify for the Army College Fund.
If you qualify, the Army College Fund will help you accumulate as much as $20,100 for tuition.
So you're going to be a soldier.
Be all that you can be. An engineer. You can do it.
Be a good one.
In the Army.
The playoffs have been expanded from 6 to 8 teams in each conference, and the first round is now at best 3 out of 5. And if the season were to end today in the Eastern Conference, this would be the lineup. And the first 4 teams, Boston, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and the New York Knicks, would have the home court for that first round, and these would be the 8 teams. In the West, the story, Utah, Dallas, L.A., Portland. And with Utah and Dallas looking so good, you want to talk about parity, the NBA has it. Teams aren't going from mediocrity or from being a poor team to mediocrity. They're going to be solid teams.
Absolutely, and the guy responsible again for that, to develop that parity, Larry O'Brien, who's leaving today. Dick, this is the key part of the All-Star game. It's now transferred from a player's game to more of a coach's game.
Team fouls, 2 on the West, none on the East, and a turnover. East can't afford too many of those here in the final period.
And that's where I thought he'd be in there for the MVP, making a few of those. A key pass break by Sampson.
Well, he may have heard you, and he may be saving his best for last. Out to Thomas. Thomas. He continues to shoot the lights out of that basket. He has 14 points. He has hit his last 5, and all of them in the second half. Winding down to 9 minutes to go. Sampson against Rulin. Here's Ralph again. And the rebound is by Bill Lane-Beer to Thomas. There are 3 members of the Pistons, plus Bernard King of the Knicks, and Rulin of the Bullets. Here's Rulin of the Bullets.
Beautiful laydown by Isaiah Thomas on the penetration, and Rulin with a tough shot. Not an easy one to make at all.
113 to 111. The West trying to hold on here with a 2-point lead. And Magic, who's not the most effective outside shooter, misses out there. Here's Ralph again.
Look at Magic Johnson's eyes waiting for Ralph Sampson to uncover. And boy, does he make a stuff or what. Here's Isaiah, the penetration, the entire defense adjusts. There's the working man player, Rulin, up and under.
And Julius Erving is back in the lineup. He replaces Jeff Rulin. The Doctor double teamed at the baseline. Thomas is hot. This is a 3-point attempt. And Kiki Vandeweghe the rebound. It'll be West ball, and this is the closest the East has come since the West led late in the first period, 32 to 31.
The reason I say it's the coach's part of the game now, they've called some things that they may try to go to in the last time out, and let's see what they do.
Walter Davis coming off a screen. And Julius Erving. The East can tie it up. We have had only 1 tie in the game. They do. Lane-Beer. Great pass. Isaiah Thomas. Brilliant pass.
And Lane-Beer knows when to be available for the pass. That's the beauty of playing with a guy like Isaiah. He's using that combination right now.
Isaiah's got 12 assists in the ball game, and we have a tie. Second tie of the game. And Lane-Beer to Julius. Julius. What can you say?
I mean, this is a Western crowd, and they're up on their feet cheering that play by Dr. J.
And the East has taken the lead. They've come from 17 points behind. And Walter Davis says, wait a second. Tie again with 7:09 to play. We're at 1:15. Isaiah all the way. Isaiah Thomas.
Well, they're steaming right at the West. The fast break. Isaiah pushing it up, making it happen now.
Under 7 minutes to go. 1:17, 1:15 the East, and the Pistons have made it happen. But Vandeweghe ties it up again. Out of bounds, the West has it.
And there's an instance of not playing together with each other. Isaiah thought King was going to go to the hoop. If he had, he probably would have given a great pass. There's Isaiah on the move, pushing it up before the defense really gets set. Everybody's retreating, swoops by everybody, and that is great basketball.
This is the All-Star game, friends, by the best. Timeout. 6:44 remain, and we're tied.
I just got a sporty truck priced like some base trucks. The Mazda V2000 SE5. Look, it comes standard with a 5-speed overdrive, steel-belted radials and spoker wheels, sporty stripes, a step bumper, even dual sport mirrors. Pretty sporty for just $59.95.
Sakes alive, sakes alive. Only Mazda's got a sporty truck with a $59.95.
Hey, there's only one thing better than success, and that's enjoying it.
Welcome to Miller Time. It's all yours and it's all mine. Bring your best stuff right here. The rich, smooth taste of Miller beer. Miller beer is what you have in mind. Welcome to Miller Time.
Welcome to the rich, smooth taste of Miller High Life.
Hello, where's my package? My job depends on it.
What is the airbill number that it was sent out? When did you send that out? It should be the particular company that you sent it to. I can get the information to Fairfield up at Tracy to get the...
In the Air Express business, fast talking is funny for commercials, but sad in real life. At Airborne, we don't talk fast. We move fast. So fast that we make most of our deliveries before 10:30 a.m. No wonder more people are switching to Airborne than ever before. So watch out, Federal. Here comes Airborne.
See the WBC Super Lightweight Championship, America's Olympic hopefuls in World Cup skiing, the World Speed Skating Championships, plus John Madden's Journeys, next on CBS Sports Sunday.
It'll be the champion Curry against the undefeated challenger Costello coming up right after the game on CBS Sports Sunday.
This is a Westing crowd. They're rooting for the West, but all of a sudden, they're rooting for the East after that. What a play by Dr. J.
And then Isaiah Thomas, of course, on the penetration. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Adrian Dantley back in the ball game. Alex English and Green and Davis in the backcourt. There you are, the leading scorers.
Jabbar now offers a lot of good offensive potential. They go right to him.
Air ball. Bird. Bird is in there with Julius, Thomas, Moncrief, and Lane Beer. Lane Beer's done a good job as the third center here.
Sure has.
Here's Lane Beer. It drops.
And he is dynamite from out 15 feet. The Detroit connection doing it again.
He's second in the league in rebounding. He's behind Moses Malone. That's rebounding average at over 12 and a half. English with a screen from Kareem. And Moncrief goes up high. The East with a lead up 2 with 6 minutes to go in the game. Bird pulls up on the baseline. Lane Beer fights again. Foul. Basket counts. And what about Bill Lane Beer today?
They may have brought him out from Detroit after Moses got hurt, but they're not saying we're sorry we did it. They're totally thankful that Lambeer is here today, though, that Eastern squad.
Keep in mind that Isaiah Thomas in this half has 16 points and 5 assists.
Well, when you're playing with some of your teammates, it makes it a lot easier for the cohesiveness of the offense in an all-star game. And Lambeer has really responded very, very nicely in this ball game. Come in, made some fast break hoops, rebounded real well, and hit a key outside shot.
He has hit 11 points in this period alone for Bill Lambeer. Ricky Green misses, and Moncrief leads a fast break. Julius. Moncrief. Julius says, I'll pick it up, the loose ball. It's still East ball. Lane Beer, in the period you say is the big period in this game, has 11 points. So in crunch time, he's doing it as Lee brings in some reserve.
Yeah, you never would have expected it, but he did it, Lambeer. We're looking at the West answer right now to come back with Magic Johnson and Paxson, who move well without the ball.
5:36 remaining. Fourth period. Lane Beer gets away inside. 13 in this half.
Smart play to shake Lambeer loose. A nice heads-up pass by Bird.
And it's 7-point lead now. 124-117. And the East has blown away from the West here in this fourth period.
Lambeer guarding Jabbar. The instructions, I think, from the bench is get it into Jabbar. Watch the contact, the physical part of any game. Lambeer takes a header. Ooh, that hurts.
The East has scored 7 in a row, Tom. They've outscored the West 25-10 in this period. 13 by Bill Lambeer. Well, there's a skyhook, and that'll bring him back.
Well, they're going to try and get it into Jabbar. They feel they can get the shot off against Lambeer. It's not known as a real leaper, but Lambeer is making Jabbar work up the other end.
Kareem has 20 now, leading scorer for the West. Isaiah Thomas looking inside. 5 minutes to go, 5:01. Foul.
Interesting, Lambeer is at the head of the key, taking Jabbar, the biggest man on the East team, on the West team rather, out of the underneath defense position. So the East has many opportunities to score inside if they use that strategy.
Dantley's foul, his third, and the 14th foul for the West. Bird misses. Julius saves. One team foul on the East with under 5 minutes to go. Magic Johnson has broken the All-Star game assist record. He's got 17. And Larry Bird will go to the line. Magic Johnson, Tommy, last year had 16 assists. He's got 17 in this game. Just gets better and better.
When he plays the game, you know, these other All-Star players, you can see how dejected he is right now to be down by this 5-point margin, maybe 6 or 7. But Magic Johnson with that 17 assists has really done an outstanding job. But the players are all fans of Magic Johnson. They want to really remember being at the tail end of a Magic Johnson assist on a fast break. They love it.
Larry Bird with the free throws after Dantley's fourth personal foul and 15th foul on the West. They're in the penalty. 7-point lead for the West. Dantley in the crowd, jump ball. He was tied up, and look at that little dance by Isaiah Thomas. He's got the moves.
Watch this little reaction here by Mr. Thomas. Oh, baby, he must have been watching the gorilla out here.
Kareem claims a foul. Thomas behind his back to Moncrief. And We're going to have another.
Magic Johnson, super play, had 3-on-1 and broke it down. Great defense by Magic Johnson.
Jump ball.
What's it happening here? 3-on-1, Magic's got them all. He makes them make the bad pass, and a little jump ball situation. He had those feet moving.
Julius Erving. And Julius Erving, the high score in the game, is 26 points. And the East is shooting over 75% in this fourth period. They lead now 128-119. Biggest lead of the ball game for the East. Sigma foul going in. The East had an early lead of 8 points at 12-4. The West then came back and led most of the way, leading by 17 points at one time, and the East stormed back. They came within 3. They were down by 8 after 3 period, and then forged in front. And with 4:04 to go, the East calls a timeout.
Go at it, baby. Right now, the West has got to get it together to make a quick comeback as far as they can do it.
One look tells you the Mazda 626 Sport sedan is no ordinary front-wheel drive sedan. Its comfortable interior includes a driver's seat that adjusts 6 ways and split fold-down rear seats that lead to a huge truck. And while you expect the 626 to be an exceptional value, its value as a road car is exceptional indeed. The more you look, the more you like. The Mazda Experience.
Gillette Foamy Gel. The gel that gives you more than any other gel. More lubricants. Better beard setup. More lubricants. Smooth takeoff. More lubricants. For the closeness and comfort you want in a shave, get new Gillette Foamy Gel. The gel that gives you more.
If emergencies never happened, you might never need a tire as good as Tiger 4 Plus with Royal Seal from Uniroyal. But you might. The reassuring protection of Uniroyal technology. Tiger 4 Plus with Royal Seal from Uniroyal. You may never need a tire this good.
Premiering Sunday.
We are in deep trouble.
The hit movie becomes the all-new comedy series with guest star Alan Alda when the 4 Seasons premieres Sunday.
Well, that's an intelligent approach.
Many of the great wars in pro basketball have been fought between these two teams, Philly and Boston, and they'll hook up again in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, 3:30 Eastern on CBS, and these two will be on opposite ends for that one, Tom.
Larry Bird and Dr. J, and both of them are something to see. And this rivalry has been going on so long, I can't remember how long. Wilt Chamberlain, I can remember playing against some of those Philly teams, and it hasn't ceased one bit.
Here's Jack Sikma on the line. At halftime, the West surprisingly held their own rebounding-wise. They were 25-25, but in the second half, the East has opened up their domination inside with a 14-rebound advantage over the West.
Well, I think Ruland, McHale, and particularly Lambier have added to those totals and has helped create this real lead that the East is enjoying right now.
It is never easy to pick a most valuable player in this game because there are a lot of different elements to the game, and it isn't always the high score. Julius Erving happens to be the high scorer with 26, and he won it last year. He's won it before, and he's a hot candidate tonight, too.
There's Isaiah, there's Lambier, there's Bernard King. All possibilities for the East. Magic Johnson, a possibility for the West. Jabbar. You pick it. I don't know. I can't even tell yet.
Well, we're all going to pick it, and we'll find out. Sikma, guarded by Bird. 9-point lead and a steal by Moncrief. And you can just feel the air coming out of the West All-Stars balloon right now. Lambier doesn't make it. Kareem the rebound. And the West trying to break a 4-game losing streak. Looked like they may be on to a good thing for most of this game, but all of a sudden it evaporated here in the fourth period.
And they're still coming at him, Isaiah. If we got it, we're going to take it.
Thomas started by Paxson. Lane Beer. In fact, the Detroit connection, as you mentioned.
They pulled it back out. They had a 3-on-2 and said, no, let's get something a little bit more solid than that.
Julius. And Kareem. And it was blocked inside. I think Magic got a hand on it. Under 3 minutes now. Kiki Vandeweghe. Baseline. They're going to need his scoring down the stretch.
Outside scoring, and also perhaps to get the ball at Jabbar to climb back into it. But here's Isaiah walking it up, so they've got lots of people to go to. The guy that's been hot has been Lambier.
Isaiah Thomas has 16 points, all in the second half, plus tremendous playmaking today. Lambier with 3 seconds on the clock. Thomas looks, he fires. Stickma. 7-point lead for the East. Here's Vandeweghe again. And Vandeweghe bringing the West back. Kiki Vandeweghe with 14.
There's a guy that knows where to get and how to get open with a great ball handle like Magic Johnson.
Averaging 29 on the year. And we're winding down now to 2 minutes to go in the fourth period of the 34th All-Star game. 130 to 125. The Doctor picked up by Lambier, and it's a foul on Lambier.
Well, Lambier might have been happy he was here on Friday, but he's certainly very happy he made the trip because he plays super basketball, even though he got that offensive foul.
And we have a timeout. Frank Layden's team is 5 behind with 1:53 to go. There's plenty of time. Casey Jones knows it as well as anyone.
I just got a sporty truck priced like some base trucks. The Mazda V2000 SE5. Look, it comes standard with a 5-speed overdrive, steel-belted radials and spoker wheels, sporty stripes, a step bumper, even dual sport mirrors. Pretty sporty for just $59.95.
Takes a life.
Takes a life.
Takes a life.
Takes a life.
Only Mazda's got a sporty truck with just $59.95.
Takes a life.
Devlin, biggest game of the year, and you couldn't get tickets.
Welcome to Miller Town.
You didn't.
It's all yours and it's all mine. Bring your thirsty self right here. The rich, smooth taste of Miller beer is what you have in mind. Welcome to Miller Time.
Welcome to the rich, smooth taste of Miller High Life.
What do you think?
At the conclusion of today's All-Star game, Tom Heinsohn and I will be selecting the Miller High Life Most Valuable Player of the Game. In conjunction with this award, Miller will present a check for $2,000 to the Special Olympics in that player's name. It's up in the air, Tom.
Well, I'll tell you, I wouldn't know who to pick right now. Lambier has made a great contribution. Isaiah Thomas and Tripucka came in and sparked with that Detroit connection from the Motor City, and he motored right through the West team for significant contributions. Bernard King has been solid. Spectacular has been Dr. J. Kareem has been a scoring machine. Magic has broken the assist record. Well, wow, what a pick.
This is a great show and a great competitive battle. The East had won 4 in a row from 63 to 66, trying to make it 5 straight. Kiki Vandeweghe has hit 2 in a row. And we'll have a foul against Lane Beer. He was holding Kareem inside.
Well, if you don't get that good pop-out stuff, look back into the inside guy, and there's Kareem. There's Lambier laying muscle on Kareem. Lots of muscle on Kareem. And the whistle did blow.
That's the 15th foul, so it's the penalty, and Kareem is shooting 2. Kareem, leading scorer for the West, 21 points today. This is his 13th All-Star appearance, high record. He was selected for a 14th back in 73, but was injured and didn't play.
Well, it's still anybody's ball game.
Sure is. 4-point game, 1:35 remaining. Isaiah Thomas guarded by Ricky Green. And they're going to call the West
Little strategy move here by the East team. Lambier with that good outside shooting is pulling Kareem out and allows Doc to perhaps isolate somebody inside, and that's what East has been trying to do, is get Doc one-on-one down low.
Julius with 2. Now going for his 28th point of the game. He was the MVP last year. He had also won the Most Valuable Player Award in 1977. Bob Pettit won 3, shared another time. Oscar Robertson won 3. Bob Cousy won 2. Those are the multiple MVP award winners. 6-point lead. Magic Johnson feeds a Sigma. And it's a 4-point game again. 132 to 128. 118 to go. Julius to Larry Bird. They're going to use the clock.
They sure were, and Bird really had a chance to get an outside shot, thought better of it.
105 and 9 on the shot clock. Julius Erving against Kiki Vandeweghe. Julius Erving misses. Kareem the rebound. Can they cut it to 2? Here's Magic. And it's thrown away. Let's see, it was deflected. And it's going to be West ball. It's West ball.
Well, that was a break, I believe, for the West, as they really intimidated Magic to throw it away. I don't think anybody really nicked it, and Casey doesn't like it.
He wants a timeout, and he's going to get it right here.
We're going to see the deflection, they tell me. And Dr. J just nicked it.
So a timeout called for by Casey Jones with under a minute to go and a 4-point lead for the East.
Missed you.
Oh, yeah? What did you miss most?
Your face. You know how I like to touch you.
Oh, that's a good thing I use Noxzema. That's why I feel so soft.
Oh?
Well, it's more than just a close shave. It soothes my skin. And you know how sensitive my skin is.
I just know it's soft.
That's the moisturizer that...
Glad you're back.
Noxzema medicated shave cream. Share the softness.
CBS Sports brings you the NBA as no one else can. In the weeks ahead, many of the league's top teams and players will be featured in our coverage of the regular season. February 12th, 2 teams on a collision course will renew their bitter rivalry. The world champion Philadelphia 76ers take on the Boston Celtics. 2 weeks later, there's a rematch of last season's World Championship Series. The Los Angeles Lakers visit Philadelphia and hope to regain the upper hand on the 76ers. And beginning in April, CBS Sports will bring you the NBA playoffs, including exclusive live coverage of the entire 1984 World Championship Series. These are the superstars of the NBA. Watch them as they display the magical skills which make them the best basketball players in the world. Join Dick Stockton, Tom Heinsohn, Pat O'Brien, Brent Musburger, and Frank Lieber for exciting NBA action here on CBS Sports.
Quite a bill of fare coming up right after the game on CBS Sports Sunday, highlighted by the WBC Super Lightweight Championship fight. Julius Erving has 28 points in the game. He's the high scorer, and that's the most points in an all-star game since George Gervin scored 34 4 years ago.
That's impressive, but Lambier has been impressive. Isaiah Thomas has been impressive, and somebody better be impressive for the West.
He's been impressive today.
He sure has.
On the follow-up, and it's a 2-point game. The West has 3 timeouts plus a 20. They've got plenty of time there. Thomas against Green. Bird, top of the key. Kareem the rebound. The West can tie it up. Magic Johnson. He does it. He does it.
Well, the East are going to end up with the last shot.
There are 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Timeout. Listen to him.
Oh, they love it. This game is all great basketball. Here's Magic coming into it and puts up super move and ties it up.
And don't forget, he's got 19 assists as well. Coming out of the wire, folks.
The beauty of a Delta faucet is, when it's on, it's on. And when when it's off, it's off. Its washerless design helps keep it from dripping, so it lasts and lasts and lasts. Delta Faucet. We're first because we last.
You know, Buck and I played on some great teams.
That's right, Dee Dee. But now we and the other Light Beer All-Stars have joined a better one.
This team is up against a tough opponent, cerebral palsy, and you can help.
For every six-pack of Light Beer Familiar you buy in February, Light will make a donation to United Cerebral Palsy. Look for the display where Light is sold and join the team.
If enough of us get together, we can win this one. Right?
Right!
Hey.
The West has outscored the East 11-2 after they were down by 9. And now the East, with 20 seconds to go and 19 on the shot clock, working out a play that they hope will win it for them.
Well, they got various places to go. Robert Parrish back in the ball game. That might be a place to go inside. Lambier in there, a fine outside shooter, a big guy. You'll have to play him. So they got Larry Bird and Dr. J.
A lot of rebounders. It's Thomas and Irving and three big guys. 13 seconds. Tie game at 132. Bird takes, fires it up. 4 seconds to go. Here's Magic Johnson. Fires it up. Overtime. Overtime. Isn't this something?
It is absolutely fantastic. Magic Johnson so sorry with himself that he didn't put in that bomb from the three-point land, but it's going into overtime, gang. Look at him firing it away. Look at this, and we're going to see a coach in agony. Oh, what do I do?
All right. Okay, isn't he great? He's terrific. Right now, before we go to the 5-minute overtime period, let's go to Brent Musburger in New York. Brent?
All right, Dick, thank you. You got to love Frank Layden. Still ahead of us now, right after overtime here on CBS Sports Sunday, the battle for the WBC World Super Lightweight Championship. That will pit unbeaten Billy Costello against Bruce Curry. That is a scheduled 12-rounder. It is coming up live from Beaumont, Texas. Also, you'll get to see the stunning upset pulled off by Mary Doctor of Madison, Wisconsin. Yesterday, she came out of nowhere to capture a bronze. We'll see if she or her American teammates can duplicate that miracle in today's races at the Women's World Speed Skating Championship. And on today's installment of John Madden's Journeys, John will take us behind the scenes for an in-depth look at the parallel but starkly contrasting pro careers of Sugar Ray Leonard and Sugar Ray Seals. Now, that is all still ahead of us, coming up next on CBS Sports Sunday. But first, of course, we've got overtime at an NBA All-Star game. And let's send you back now to Dick Stockton and Tommy Heitzer. Dick?
We're going to overtime. Right now, let's try to go to the Western Huddle in Frank Layden.
Starting the stack again. Work hard. Let's run. Let's run. Let's run the floor, okay? That's where we let up. That's what hurt us in the third quarter. Stop running, okay? Let's keep after them. They're down. We got momentum. Let's go.
They sure do, Tommy. They got momentum.
They've got momentum. They've got Jabbar. They got Magic Johnson. And they got some other people there, too, that can do some damage.
What a game this is. The East, the early lead, and the West by 17. Looked like they were going to break the East hold for sure. The East came back and led by 9. It looked like the West had just about fizzled out. And a late spurt, 11-2, brought him into a tie. Magic Johnson, who has 19 assists in the ball game, breaking his own assist record from last year. This is a 5-minute overtime period.
Robert,
Good matchups coming up here for both teams to potentially try and take advantage of. Robert Parrish maybe against Jabbar, Jabbar against Parrish. We've got Dr. J guarding Kiki Vandeweghe, and the Iceman being guarded by Andrew Toney.
Here is Kiki Vandeweghe. Julius falls down. Vandeweghe is open, and Vandeweghe in and out. Parrish, the rebound, and the East can draw first blood in overtime. Isaiah Thomas. It goes, and it counts.
When you try and stop him, that's like trying to catch a water bug. He just skitters in front of you, And as he comes up the court, this is what you're looking at. Some head fake, some foot fake, some change of pace, and right into the pack. And does he know how to do it?
Isaiah Thomas, 18 points, all in the second half. 14 assists, and a 3-point lead for the East here. Keep in mind, on the fourth foul, you get the bonus. Each team allowed 2 timeouts. The West also will have a 20-second timeout. That's a lot of them. He did not use it in the 4 quarters. Steele, Harris, Thomas didn't have control of it, and Sigma is fouled as he gets the rebound. Isaiah Thomas just didn't have control.
And he could have probably laid it off to Andrew Toney that time, who might have had an easier chance to try and score, but he's trying to make it happen. Isaiah Thomas.
George Gervin, a scoring machine in the backcourt, looking for Sigma. Bird is on Sigma. Here's Jack Sigma, tipped up and in by Kareem. And it's a 1-point lead for the East with 1 minute gone by now in overtime. This is the 3rd overtime in the history of the All-Star Games, and the first one since the East won in 1980 in Landover, Maryland. Bird looking for help. Andrew Toney. Notice they have the good outside shooters in there now.
They sure do.
Julius.
And there's one of them. Medium range jumper, and that's pretty decent range for Dr. J.
30 points for Julius Erving. George Gervin. One-hander. And an offensive foul called against George Gervin. He used that left arm.
Great defensive play by Andrew Toney to destroy the rhythm of the Iceman.
137-134 the East. 3:20 to go. 19 on the shot clock.
Here's where you have problems when you get down to the last couple of minutes of a key game like this, where you don't have the coordination, the execution of set plays. So there might be a lot of one-on-one like you're going to see maybe right here.
Bird, baseline. Blocked by Magic Johnson. But Julius is there. Irving, 32 for the Doctor. And a 5-point lead for the East. They're opening it up now. Gervin, got free inside.
Magic Johnson, knowing where the open man was.
20 assists for Magic Johnson today.
Well, we're going to need a computer to keep track of those.
3-point lead for the East. Andrew Toney. So the Philadelphia 76ers are contributing heavily in this overtime effort. Julius Erving has 4 points. Isaiah Thomas 3, and Andrew Toney with a basket. 141-136. Gervin blocked by Toney. 2-on-1. Thomas and Toney. Here's Andrew. And a foul. Basket count.
They're going playing aggressive defense, this East team, making it pay off. Happy East bench. Andrew Toney, maybe before that play, not doing what you'd call a Toney-like job, but he certainly made it happen there.
8 points in the game, but he got the key hoops, the last 2, and now it's a 144-136 game. The East is leading, but 2:25 to go. We're in overtime.
And as we saw in regulation, anything can happen with a few minutes to go in an all-star game.
Banned away, guarded by Erving, and is held. 6! That's on Julius Erving. And that is the second team foul in overtime. There's the West bench, a little more solemn.
Yes. Even the happy man, Frank Layden, can't cheer him up right now.
Kareem, skyhook. Rebound. Harris looking down court. He's got Toney. Here's Andrew. Andrew Toney.
That was a super outlet pass by Robert Parrish and a great reception by Toney.
He's got 7 in overtime. And the West comes right back with George Gervin, but it's 146-138 and under 2 minutes to go, as you see. Most points in the history of the All-Star game. 2 teams. You're seeing it right here. Julius Erving has 2 more.
You turn a guy like Dr. J loose in an All-Star game because there's really no team defense again. Double teams, win the double team. That turns him virtually loose one-on-one.
10-point lead. Cut to 8 is Kareem with 25 in the ball game. Makes it 8 points now. 148-140, the highest scoring All-Star game in history today here in Denver.
Well, where else should it happen but in Denver? The Nuggets, one of the high-powered offensive teams. They love high-powered scoring basketball here.
Well, Casey Jones may be on his way to another All-Star victory. Maybe. Let's see what Frank Layden has to say about it when we come back.
This is how I give my business career an extra edge. If you're in shape, you've got the edge. Speed Stick deodorant gives you an edge, too. Speed Stick is wider than narrow sticks. Gives you man-sized protection. The wide stick feels good going on, and it takes just a few strokes. It's a great value, too. In this world, a little extra edge is all you need.
Let the wide stick give you the edge. Speed Stick deodorant.
By Menon. 7-Up has never had caffeine. It was followed by these soft drinks with no caffeine. Have I got news for them? 7-Up also has no artificial color. These are artificially colored. And 7-Up has no artificial flavor. No wonder 7-Up has such a clean, refreshing, unspoiled taste. No wonder 7-Up has such a following.
We think win. We still think win, okay? But we have to steal it. We got to do a great job to do it, all right?
Going into a denial defense.
One thing that Frank Layden said just before we came back, he said, I'd rather lose by 2 than by 8.
Means that he wants to go out there and he's going to play tough defense. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see them deny, and it'll be up to the red jersey team to go out there and reverse cut and find men going to the hoop against this real strong defense.
And to those fans who are tuning in who are saying, what is NBA basketball about? Deny means, of course,
that you get out in the passing lanes and play aggressive defense.
For the East, Andrew Toney and Julius Erving have scored 13 of their 16 points in overtime. The Philadelphia connection in this case, 1:11 to go, an 8-point lead. The West needs baskets, good defense, and breaks. There's one, and here comes Magic. Still enough time, down by 8, Vandaway inside. Magic Johnson on the follow-up. Under a minute to play. And a 6-point lead for the East. Double-team Bird. And a foul. Vandaway and Johnson all over Larry Bird and a foul, and that's not a bad move.
Well, they're going to have to do it with good defense, the West. If they could have made a steal, so much the better. But if not, go foul. The East will have to take the ball out of bounds.
Second team foul or third team foul on the West. One more, and they're in the penalty. In the overtime. We're in the overtime period with 45 seconds, 16 on the shot clock. 6-point lead for the East. Knocked away into Bird's hand. Parrish. Inside. Thomas. Isaiah Thomas got it. A big basket for the East.
Boy, and he put it up there among the lumber.
21 points in the second half. Johnson for 3. A 3-pointer for Magic Johnson. Coming right back. Parrish. The other end. And doesn't he run Kareem in the regular season, Parrish?
Every single time he can, Dick.
Magic for 3. No. Bird. 20 seconds to go. And the East is going to win this one. 5 in a row. Toney.
Well, some great individual play. Isaiah Thomas, Dr. J, Lampier.
And I'll tell you something. We have a million heroes in this game, and you're looking at one right now, Isaiah Thomas, who is a brilliant player. Isaiah Thomas is our most valuable player of this All-Star game. The final score here in Denver, Colorado, the East 154, the West 145, and Isaiah Thomas of the Detroit Pistons, who scored 21 second half and overtime points and 15 assists, is our MVP.
And well-deserved. He created an awful lot of action for this team with his penetration and also hit some outstanding shots, outside shots, to help keep the middle open for the big guys of the East. So a very dejected Magic Johnson,
Our thanks to Marty Aronoff, and thank you, Tom Heinsohn. This is Dick Stockton for Tom Heinsohn and Pat O'Brien saying so long from McNichols Arena. The final score, the East 154, the West 145. Don't forget to join us 2 weeks from today, 3:30 Eastern. One of sports' great rivalries continues as the Philadelphia 76ers battle the Boston Celtics. Coming up next, though, at CBS Sports Sunday, featuring the WBC Super Lightweight bout between Bruce Curry and Billy Costello. Coverage of the National Basketball Association has been a presentation of CBS Sports.
United Airlines to Hong Kong and to CBS.
Talking about how the Celtics have to get back against the Laker fast break. They do a pretty good job of it themselves.
Well, the Celtics like the fast break. But watch the Lakers, boy, they know they have to get back, and they've got those quick feet to do it. That's been one of the advantages on stopping a big part of the Celtics offense, the quick feet getting back on the D to protect against easy hoops.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the all-time leading scorer, broke Wilt Chamberlain's record this year. Had a migraine headache prior to Game 1, had a migraine on Monday before a workout. He's all right now, but he missed the sky hook, and Parrish gets the rebound. Keep in mind, Robert Parrish, the Celtics 7-foot center, is playing with 3 personal fouls. Dennis Johnson in the corner over Rambis. Kareem the rebound. And here's Magic again. 9:16 to go in the third period, 72-62. Lakers lead by 10. That's the margin they had at halftime. Cooper over Henderson. And here's Larry Bird with another rebound. He has 11 in the ball game. And the Celtics throw it away. And the frustration etched on Larry Bird's face there.
Well, Bird not having a real good passing night, throwing a few of them away.
He has scored 12 points, but has 11 rebounds. Kareem battling for the loose ball. And it's still Los Angeles. Maxwell with a few words to the official.
So aren't you ever going to call a foul on Kareem? That's the usual reply to a referee.
Pat Riley's estimation, coach of the Lakers, this is a test of wills between these two teams. Henderson and Kareem looking for it, and Henderson jarred the ball loose. Kareem is looking for a foul. Bird inside to Robert Parrish, and it's 72-64 with 8.5 minutes remaining in the third period. Parrish?
Kareem was busy arguing. The referee let Parrish sneak up for the easy one.
That's one thing that Parrish hasn't done much of, and that's run the court on Kareem, something he has done successfully. Here's a steal by Larry Bird. Lakers are getting back on defense. Bird pulls up. Loose ball, and they're going to jump it up. Maybe Worthy and Parrish, but good hustle by the Lakers, Worthy in particular.
Bird not having a great shooting night. Take a look at how upset Kareem gets. Henderson gets a hand out there, knocks the ball away, and now he figures he ought to be had a foul call and throws it up. I'm surprised he didn't get a technical.
The tip controlled by the Celtics. Here's Bird going for 3, and he has it. So Larry Bird and Scott Ledman each have hit 3-point shots from beyond the line, and it's 72-67. Celtics within 5. That's the closest they have been since that big 16-1 spurt in the second period. Kareem goes up and draws the foul. Larry Bird, you're right, shooting 4 for 10 before he hit that 3-pointer. And that foul is on Robert Parrish, number 4 on Parrish. And Casey Jones has a dilemma right now.
Well, Parrish has really produced tonight. They were able to uncover the inside people of the Celtics. He responded very nicely. And now he's going to have to sit down, and it's going to be a tough night for Kevin McHale.
Parrish goes out. He has 18 points and 7 rebounds. Without question, his best effort of the playoff of this championship series. McHale replaces him. So let's watch now what Kareem does against Kevin McHale in this matchup.
Sure, the Lakers will try and work it every time they have to go into their set offense.
Lakers by 7, 7:42 remaining, third period. Celtics trying to stay close, but Parrish, their center, is on the bench with 4 personal fouls. 6 and you're out. Henderson goes up, gets the basket, and draws the foul.
You know what the Celtics are doing so nicely tonight that they haven't done in the other ball games? They're making the Lakers move their feet on defense out on the perimeter. The first thing they've accomplished is make them come out of the paint. They've got their 2 feet out of the paint. They've been playing the entire series with 1 foot in it.
So they're spreading the defense, so to speak.
Yep, and just a little strategy move has accomplished that. And a lot of good things have happened to Boston tonight.
74-70 after the three-point play by Gerald Henderson. Celtics hanging in there. And a Boston foul against Cedric Maxwell. It'll be his second personal foul. It is a non-shooting foul. And the second team foul on Boston. Max, pretty good defensive player, outstanding inside. Magic Johnson guarded by Dennis Johnson. Kareem working against McHale as we anticipated. And hits him to Skyler.
He's got no shot at blocking that shot or even giving Kareem trouble.
19 for Abdul-Jabbar. McHale is doubled. Dennis Johnson is short with it. Here's Kareem, outlet to Worthy. Lambert. And now let's watch it. Cooper and the Celtics, and now the bench is empty. As Larry Bird helped Kurt Lambert up, he was decked by two Celtics and hit the floor hard, and both benches have emptied. And you knew this was going to happen. You could see it coming.
Well, there's a strategy in the NBA by some coaches. Don't let the other team make a layup, make them shoot the free throws. We saw a lot of that in the prior series against New York. First time we've seen it in this series.
The coaches are trying to break things up. And there's Henderson and Jeff Percy going at it. Casey Jones, who already has been hit with a technical foul in the first half. And I don't remember when this crowd was aroused as much. Here it is.
Oh, here's the missed shot that's going to produce a fast break opportunity. Long court pass as McHale hustling back up. It's a 2-on-1, and both McHale and Henderson go for Rambis, and boy, they got him. And Rambis up quick.
Worthy prevented Rambis from going after Henderson, and now there's Larry Bird who said,
yeah, that's part of the game, you know. I mean, Rambis got upset.
Timeout, LA by 6. And things have really heated up here at the Forum.
I mortgaged my house to get my first tug. Believe me, Jeannie T needed plenty of work.
Good night, Skipper.
Today, I own two others just like her, because we give our customers a good, honest pull for the money, and that pays off. People who make Meisterbrow work the same way. These days, I can pick any beer I want. This tastes as good as Budweiser, and it doesn't cost as much. Gentlemen, the drinking lamp is lit.
Meisterbrow. Tastes as good as Budweiser at a better price.
Play ball. You've got such style, such flair. Do you really believe you've got a prayer? You'll catch it all on Kodacolor VR400, one of Kodak's fastest color print films ever. You can't miss, almost. Oh, you're having so much fun, but you never scored a run. That's why the other guys just won. Kodak, because time goes by.
Ford Escort. Just 3 years ago, we introduced it as the car engineered to take on the world. And has it ever? Our little engineering marvel far outsold every import car line in America its first year. Ditto the second year. And in its third year, Escort went on to become the best-selling car in the world, making Ford Escort a world leader at the very tender age of 3. Have you driven the best-built American cars? Have you driven a Ford lately?
Here it is again, the fast break, and see what the Celtics do to Kurt Lambert.
Boy, and McHale got him right around the neck and knocked him down. And Rambis comes up with a lot of ferocity in his face, but Worthy knocked him into the camera. I'll tell you, when you get that type of situation happen in a ball game, you can expect either one of two things. The official's going to take over the game and make sure a fight doesn't ensue because of it, or the players are really going to start to bang.
All right, question. Does this help one of these teams, Lakers or Celtics, the fact that happened?
Well, you couldn't put any more speed and determination to get out in the fast break than the Lakers are already showing. It may make them a little bit more physical, and that might have an effect on Boston. But Boston's been banging, and I don't think it'll make them that much better.
Rambis, 1 out of 2. The foul was charged to Kevin McHale, his second. So it is 77-70 with 6:45 remaining in the third period. Dick Stockton and Tom Heinsohn here at the Forum in Inglewood. Larry Bird misses outside. Worthy quickly to match it. Here comes the Laker break. And Henderson goes for the steal and makes it. And it was Dennis Johnson that slowed up Magic Johnson, and it's Dennis Johnson at the other end. That was DJ at both ends with a terrific play. He really stopped Magic Johnson's foray.
Henderson did a great job of initially picking off that pass, though.
Yes, he did. Worthy. Cooper into Kareem against McHale. Can't stop that. 21 points for Abdul-Jabbar.
And the quick hitters have not allowed the Celtics to get down there to double team to help out McHale.
They don't waste much time. The quick hitter, Kareem, going up quickly with the shot. Bird, double team. And a foul before the shot. It's on Magic Johnson, and it will be his third personal foul. 3 on Magic Johnson. Second team foul on the Lakers.
The Celtics used Bird exclusively in the low post in the prior series. Now they're having him roam around on the outside, and they're getting lots of movement in the offense. If he could hit that outside shot, this would be a real close game.
Nearly a steal. Dennis Johnson saved. Bird. Foul. Kareem beside himself after Jeff Percy blew the whistle. And the foul is on Worthy, number 2 on Worthy. Kareem is enraged right now. Walter Massow getting his money's worth.
He must be playing an old miner or something. It looks like he needs to shave.
You don't have to shave to be the Lakers here at the Forum. Maybe he's not going to shave until his team, if the Lakers or his team wins at all. Larry Bird hits the free throw. Lakers had a 14-point lead in the second period. Celtics cut it down to 7. Then it was up to 11, and Celtics then cut it to 74-70. And right now, it's a 5-point Laker lead with 5:40 to play in the third. Dennis Johnson guarding Magic Johnson. Magic has 12 points. Dennis has done a good job defensively. Kareem. Double. Bird fights. Kareem. Slings the elbow, and now is yelling at Larry Bird. Jaw to jaw. And they better pull him apart.
I can tell you one thing. Neither one of these players are getting bounced out of the game. But it is turning physical. The officials right now trying to regain control, calm things down. A tough job.
I think Larry Bird was trying to soften it. Kareem, you don't want to get those big guys really mad, do you?
Well, they're up there with those elbows that can hit you right between the eyes. Watch this. Bird and Kareem fighting for the rebound. And Kareem hit him with an elbow, and he's upset. Now Bird over there saying, why did you hit me? And Kareem saying, listen, pal, get off my back.
Here's a steal. Bird. Out of bounds. Boston ball. And Bob McAdoo is coming back in the ball game. McAdoo has scored 10 points, and Kurt Rambis goes out.
And McAdoo was tremendously effective in getting that outside shot going to help that fast break. Score points.
79-74, LA leading. 5:09 to go, third period, game 4 of the World Championship Series. Dennis Johnson misses, and here comes LA. Cooper bangs Henderson, and they'll call it on Henderson. And the Celtics are in the penalty. That's their 15th foul, and the Lakers will go to the line and shoot a pair.
You know, and there's a little bit of physical play goes on. The home team, with the hometown crowd getting upset, normally gets the advantages. Because the referees don't want a full-scale riot.
You think the Lakers are getting the advantage?
Well, on that last play, it was debatable.
Larry Bird was hit in that jaw, and I guess Kareem drew a little blood. 1 out of 2 for Michael Cooper.
I know Red Auerbach thinks that they're protecting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in this series.
That's not surprising. 80-74, the Lakers lead. All this is a matter of opinion. Johnson, last touch by Maxwell, and it's going to be L.A. ball.
By they, I mean the official.
6-point lead. Kareem against McHale. And gets the point. And we go to the line. Foul is on McHale.
I'll tell you, he's really mad now. This is a new move he's developed in the last couple of years, a spin move. He doesn't only have to sky hook. And when you're facing that type of right-left move, McHale wants to go home, I think.
Kareem misses the free throw. He has 10 points this period, and the most animated in an upset way I think we've ever seen him.
He's mad.
4:20 remaining, third period. The lead is 8 for Los Angeles. The closest the Celtics have come is 4. And Henderson hits from outside. It's 82-76. A steal, third to Henderson. Fighting for the loose ball. Henderson controls. Here's Bird. Tipped up. And the Celtics had their chances, but the ball just wouldn't go in. And now the Lakers, with under 4 minutes to go in the third period.
This is the best game they've played in the entire series so far, Boston.
But they need a victory to tie it up at 2-2 and get that home court advantage back. And the foul against Bob McAdoo. Offensive foul against McAdoo. That's number 4 on the former Rookie of the Year, MVP, and 3-time scoring champion. And so the Celtics will have a chance to cut it to 4.
Hurry! Quincy Jones watching the action. We should put this game to music.
They're all here tonight, Tom. Including some battling players. Maxwell, Forsyth, Magic, overthrows Cooper, and Bird gets it down to Maxwell. He's trapped. McHale. And Kevin McHale makes it 82-78 with 3:15 to go. That's McHale's first basket in 7 tries.
Celtics are in real good position now. If they move Kevin McHale out a little on the outside to take that outside shot, it's going to cause a problem for Kareem.
Misses the runner, and now the lead can be cut to 2. Henderson in the corner, and the Celtics are hitting from outside. Pat Riley wants a 20-second timeout with the score 82-80. And Tom, the question is, what can the Lakers do to come at this run by the Celtics?
A very physical quarter here. That game is being played Celtic style. Pat Riley said, hey, we got to run, block them out on the boards. That's the only alternative. But the Celtics are starting to hit the outside shot. The Celtics have destroyed the strategy of Riley that was so successful in the first 3 games.
And we want to remind you that all this action will continue Friday night when we'll be live at Boston Garden, 9 o'clock Eastern time for Game 5 between the Lakers and the Celtics. It's been a game of heated play, turnovers. The Lakers have turned it over 8 times this period. But I think the key thing is, Tommy, is that the Boston Celtics are hitting that outside shot. And by getting the outside shot and the points, they're preventing the Lakers from running the way they like to do. Timeout. We'll be back.
Great shot.
Okay, boys, you've gone too far.
What'd I do, Sheriff?
Nobody's ever cleared that creek. You hitting some kind of souped-up ball?
Well, no, this is the new, even longer Top Flight, and the new higher-flying Top Flight XL. The longest ball.
The new Top Flights. Anything longer must be illegal.
I want to try one?
Is that a bribe?
No.
Well, in that case,
Much bad.
Most Air Express companies charge extra for delivery to out-of-the-way places. We don't. In fact, Federal Express can get your package to more places overnight than anybody. So if you have something that absolutely positively has to be somewhere, give us a call. Federal Express. Why fool around with anyone else?
For the price of a Commodore 64, here's what you get from Apple, from IBM. For what it costs to add a Commodore disk drive, Apple, IBM. Add a Commodore printer, Apple, IBM, the PC Junior. Add a Commodore modem, and now you can get an Apple IIe or an IBM PC Junior with 3 games. Is it any wonder Commodore sells more computers than Apple and IBM combined?
We're back, and one of the big stories of this game is the Magic Johnson-Dennis Johnson situation. Dennis Johnson, of course, who prided himself on guarding Magic when he was with Seattle and Phoenix in the Pacific Division, but found himself guarding James Worthy and not having to guard Magic Johnson, given the assignment of the Magic Man and doing a fairly good job at it, to say the least. Magic has 12 points, 11 assists, and 6 rebounds. No one cuts him off, but Dennis has 10 points and 10 assists, and his game has come alive, Tom.
And he's hit some key outside shots early to help spread that defense that the Lakers, the 1 foot in the paint defense. And he's made a major adjustment. You know, I posed the problem as he got Celtic attitude. He sure has proved it to me he has tonight.
He had a lot of critics, and of course, all of us were amongst those.
That's right.
82-80, 2:37 to go. Henderson, nearly a steal, kicked it out of bounds. So when you talk about all the psychology in the world, I think the Celtics know that they feel they can win this game, and of course the Lakers know that if they hold on, it's 3-1, and that's a big A.
And if Boston can win this ball game, they've created a potential problem for the Lakers to solve in the next play.
Kareem, this is the hook shot, but Magic beats Henderson to the ball.
A new formation that they're using is a potential, very difficult problem for the Lakers to solve.
James Worthy on the drive, 84-80. What that basket did was prevent the Boston Celtics from having a chance to tie it up right now. And we're winding down to 2 minutes to go in the third period. Kareem is all the way out to meet Larry Bird. Those two have gone at it so far. Double team. Dennis Johnson, turnaround baseline. And Dennis Johnson with 12 points. And it's 84-82 with under 2 minutes to play in the third.
The game is slowing down to half-court offenses now. Not as many fast breaks as you would expect.
Who has the edge in a half-court game?
So far, Boston, I think.
Cooper, top of the key here. You know, Michael Cooper has hit some shots from outside. It's up to 4 once again with 1:34 remaining. Here's Bird, long range over Cooper, and the net didn't even tumble. 86-84. Less than a minute and a half to play in this third period. Celtics trailed by as much as 14 at one point. They got it down to 7. It was down up to 11 again. Kareem.
What a great move by Kareem. And a fine defensive play, McHale. He almost took away the baseline move, and Kareem spotted it and reacted beautifully.
25 points for Abdul-Jabbar. That's his average in this series. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Gerald Henderson hits. Double figures for Henderson, 11 points all this period. So he did not play all that much in the first half, and he's made his impact here in the third period. 88-86. Kareem working against McHale.
When you get a weapon in close to the basket like Kareem, you go to it as much as possible. The Celtics got to help poor Kevin McHale.
But what the Celtics realize is that with Robert Parrish going to the bench and the Celtics trailing by 5, the Celtics are down by 4 now, and McHale going to the line. So McHale picked up his 4th foul, and the Celtics have made it closer. Byron Scott comes back in the ball game for the Lakers. Wired San Diego in the Norm Nixon trade. Going out is Michael Cooper, and Dennis Johnson going over to talk to Casey Jones. Kareem has 3 fouls now, Tommy. 3 on Abdul-Jabbar.
Well, it took a long time in coming. They've been trying to get him to work it. Foul. And they finally gave him his 3rd. I'm sure you got to take it to the hoop on him like McHale just did.
When do you bring Parrish back in now? You wait a little longer because you're in the ball game?
Yes, I think that they're established a way to help McHale, and they've also got perhaps a better outside shooter in there that can draw Kareem out and open up things underneath better for the Celtics. So they'll try it for a little while.
15 seconds to go in the third period. The Lakers playing for the last shot. Johnson bringing it up against Dennis Johnson's defense. 90-88 to score. Long skyhook misses. Bird the rebound. 1 second to go. There's the shot, and it's no good. But the Boston Celtics have come back with Robert Parrish, their center, on the bench with 4 fouls. And after 3 periods, it's the Lakers 90, the Celtics 88. And we'll return to the Los Angeles Forum after this word from your local station.
This winner, Gate Dancer and Derby champ Swale is anticipated for the final leg of horse racing's Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes, Saturday on CBS Sports. This is CBS.
What makes the new Olds Forenza a whole lot of fun to drive? A whole lot of things. Forenza offers front-wheel drive, an available 5-speed and overhead cam engine, and handling as sporty as its name. But what makes this fun-to-drive car special is that it's an Oldsmobile. So it's not only fun to drive, it's fun to arrive.
There is a special deal in an Oldsmobile.
The NBA on CBS. Tonight's championship game from Inglewood, California is sponsored by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? Miller High Life. Welcome to Miller Time. And by AC Delco, General Motors Corporation. AC Delco is the way to go.
Here in Southern California, Game 4 of the NBA World Championship Series. The Boston Celtics trailing 90-88, and we're set for the fourth period. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar scored 14 points in the third period. He has 27 of the game, but the Celtic guards came alive, and in particular, Gerald Henderson, who scored 11 of the 13 Boston points from the backcourt, outscoring the LA guards 13-3. Kareem will start the fourth period on the bench. Tommy?
And Robert Parrish will be in against Swen Nader. So the Celtics may go to him, figuring that he can score some against Nader.
So Casey Jones going with Robert Parrish and 4 personal fouls. See if the Lakers want to go to Nader to get Parrish out of 5. Here's McHale hitting. So the big front line of Bird, McHale, and Parrish. And that's the best offensive rebounding front line in the league. And the Celtics have come back to tie it up. They were down by 14 at one point. We're even at 90. Here's the rookie Byron Scott breaking the tie. Pat Riley told us last week, I'm not afraid to call his number under pressure, even though he's a rookie.
He loves to shoot the pressure shot.
McHale doubled. Boy, Scott's quick. We're over to Henderson in a hurry. Parrish, foul.
Well, that's when Nader's answer to Robert Parrish, push him out of the ballpark. But right now, Boston, because of what they established in the first half, is able to get and use these big people more effectively, and Casey Jones trying to do it right now. And the reason he's done that is that formation, Dick, I believe. Putting Larry Bird outside has made the Lakers think, come out.
Pat Riley looking for his second world title. Robert Parrish now has 20 points in the ball game. Nearly a minute gone by. We're tied at 92. Inside, getting free. McHale blocks Worthy. But the Lakers come out with it. They're going to reset the clock. They did not, and so Jeff Kersey caught it.
Somebody made a momentary lapse on defense. Worthy was wide open for an instant, but they recovered quickly, and it was a good block. Goes back to the full 24.
Either that or maybe 1 second off the clock.
Without Kareem in there, their main asset for their set offense, that low post game, may be taken by James Worthy. He's got Bird guarding him, and Bird loves a challenge, but Worthy is really a challenge.
We're going to hold it for 2 seconds.
We're going to hold it for 2 seconds.
Give you 2 seconds on the game. All right?
So there should be 22. They're just not going to stop the clock for 2 seconds. Dennis Johnson on Magic Johnson. Worthy going right to the hoop.
That's the matchup that they go to when Kareem's out of there.
18 points for James Worthy. Lakers break the tie. We've had 5 ties in this ball game. Bird. McAdoo. Here's Magic. Shot Worthy. And the Celtics snuff out the break. Half-court offense, as Tom pointed out, to Worthy. Here's Magic, long range.
A big shot by Magic to establish that they're going to have trouble double-teaming Worthy to help Bird.
And the Lakers are up by 4. Here's Bird, baseline against one Nader. Triple post, short. Loose ball. Dennis Johnson fights his way. Blocked. And a foul. And a foul inside on Dennis Johnson. Dennis Johnson committed the foul. And the Lakers will go to the line to try to break the tie.
I couldn't see what happened, but here comes Dennis on the inside. Good up fakes. Magic comes away with it, and Dennis just holds on in frustration. Grabbed on, and a lucky thing they called a foul for the Celtics because it was a 3-on-1.
Kareem is off the bench. He is the Laker captain. Is explaining to both teams right here?
I really don't, Dick. We were looking at what was going on in the replay there as it happened, but second foul. I think it has to do with Dennis Johnson's foul, or perhaps whether it's a non-shooting shooting situation for the Lakers.
But it's the second foul in the last 2 minutes, which automatically means the Lakers will shoot, and that's what Carol Garrison wanted to explain.
Second foul in the last 2 minutes, that's what it is. But it puts Magic at the line, and hadn't Dennis Johnson fouled him, the Bird was facing a 4-on-1 fast break situation for the Lakers.
35 seconds remain. We're in overtime. Tied at 123. He misses the first. Biggest lead of the game, the Lakers, 14 points in the second period. Johnson misses them both. Bird the rebound, and the Celtics want a timeout. The Celtics now are left with 1 timeout in overtime, and despondent Magic Johnson goes to the bench. It'll be Boston ball, a tie game.
17 hours. That's how long it took us to paint this house with a brush. Then we painted it in just 6.5 hours with the Wagner Power Paint. This wicker chair took over an hour, but less than 5 minutes with a Wagner Power Painter. A shutter that took 20 minutes, a Power Painter finished in only 3. It's a tool so versatile, it has a flexible spray tip and a way to draw paint right from a can. A Wagner Power Painter. It's the right tool for painting.
You know, one of the best things about being an ex-big leaguer is getting freebies to the game. Call the front office, bingo. And once these fans recognize me, I probably won't even have to pay for my light beer from Miller. Down it, I love them. These fans know I drink light because it's less filling and it tastes great. Good seats, huh?
You're in the wrong seat, buddy. Come on.
Oh, I must be in the front row.
Come on.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
streets, hey, buddy? He missed the tag! He missed the tag!
You know, back in 1941, AC invented the copper core spark plug for planes like my P-51 Mustang.
Test pilot Chuck Yeager for AC Delco.
It's amazing that some of today's cars work so hard. They need that copper core technology also.
And AC's got it.
AC has far-range spark plugs for most all cars, and they're engineered to give you up to 30,000 miles of reliable performance. AC Delco, the smart parts. For 40 years, they've never let me down.
You think players don't have the feelings of fans once in a while when there's a big free throw on the line? Watch the Laker bench. That's Byron Scott on the left and Mike McGee, who hasn't played in this game, on the right. So the Celtics have it, 34 seconds to go, tie score, and they know that the Lakers will get their hands on the ball again.
If they really want to come up here now and establish a good shot, who they're going to go to, Bird is playing in the backcourt, bringing the ball up. Without Kareem Abdul in there, they've got a chance to take it inside without really worrying about getting it blocked. But they perhaps will go with their best, get it to Larry Bird.
Dennis Johnson has scored 6 of the Celtics' 10 points in overtime. James Worthy, by the way, has 9 of the Lakers' 10 in overtime. But here's Henderson with it. 18 on the shot clock. I think the Celtics will use most of the clock here. Nearly a steal by Worthy. Dennis Johnson with Cooper all over him. He can't do a thing. Bird, turnaround, hits with 16 seconds to go, and the Lakers call their last, although they have one more. They call a timeout. And the Celtics are just about as happy as we have seen them in this series so far. They have the lead, and why not?
I mortgaged my house to get my first tug. Believe me, the Genie T needed plenty of work.
Good night, Skipper.
Today, I own 2 others just like it, because we give our customers a good, honest pull for the money, and that pays off. People who make Meisterbrow work the same way. These days, I can pick any beer I want. This tastes as good as Budweiser, and it doesn't cost as much. Gentlemen, the drinking lamp is lit.
Meisterbrow. Tastes as good as Budweiser at a better price.
I like things that last. This old car runs like a watch. My house is over 96 years old. Been married to Enid 23 years. Here's the first new thing I bought in 8 years. 9. It's a Honda lawnmower. Overhead valve design. Real durable. I bought it because it'll last. Like my dog, 12 years old. Known Fred forever. This shirt belonged to my dad.
The Honda lawnmower. It could be the last lawnmower you ever buy.
Great shot.
Okay, boys, you've gone too far.
What I do, Sheriff? Nobody's ever cleared that creek. You hitting some kind of souped-up ball?
Well, no, this is the new even longer Top Flight and the new higher flying Top Flight XL. They're the longest balls.
The new Top Flights. Anything longer must be illegal.
I want to try one? Is that a bribe? No. Well, in that case, touch back.
The Boston Celtics have taken the lead with 5 seconds left on the 24-second shot clock.
And they know it's going to Bird. Magic Johnson ends up having to guard Bird after so many picks were thrown at him. But he's their main man, and there's the inspiration they've been needing in the prior 3 games.
So Larry Bird makes the clutch shot, as he's done so many times. He's only 9 of 25 from the field, but he's got 29 points and the 2 big ones. Now the burden of proof is on the Lakers. It'll be Cooper inbounding. M.L. Carr is in the ball game, good defensive guard. Worthy has hit 12 of his last 13 shots and has 9 of the Laker 10 in overtime. He'd have to be odds-on favorite, don't you think?
It's going to him, I would guess.
Cooper will inbound. Gets to McAdoo. Watch the clock. Inside. Worthy goes up. Foul. With 10 seconds to play, James Worthy is fouled and will go to the line.
And the Celtics were ready for it. They tried to double team him, but they were really initially trying to steal the ball, so the double took so long to develop.
Kareem has to watch this one from the bench. He fouled out with a half a minute remaining. In regulation time, Robert Parrish, the Celtics center, fouled out in overtime. Kevin McHale picked up the foul, his 5th. These are crucial. to go. Now, if you're the Lakers,
I wouldn't be celebrating yet if I were the Celtics. You've got to get the rebound on the miss or inbound the ball
he got
on the made.
Throw. So the Celtics looking to inbound with 10 seconds. And foul. Dennis Johnson is fouled by Michael Cooper in a very smart play because no time was used up on the clock. And so with 10 seconds to play, and the Celtics leading 125 to 124, now Dennis Johnson goes to the line. And Tommy Heinsohn, here's a guy, Dennis Johnson, who was acquired from Phoenix to give the Celtics the big defensive guard dimension. Grew up in Los Angeles, used to come to the Forum to see the Lakers play teams like the Celtics. And he always wanted to be a defensive stopper. This could be his big moment.
Sure could, particularly when Pat Riley's strategy took him away from the strong part of his game. He got frustrated, but he's untracked himself here today. A happy moment for him. The Lakers
have one timeout remaining. Johnson 2 for 2 from the line. The Lakers will still have time to try a three-point play to tie it up if Dennis Johnson makes the free throw. He does. And the Celtics lead 127 to 124, and Pat Riley has called the Lakers' last timeout in overtime. Hope you're back for the conclusion.
Hey, see this? It's the big Ford F-Series pickup, the world's best-selling pickup. It's big, and it's tough, with plenty of engine choices, too. Yeah, big Ford pickup, the heavyweight champ.
Hey, hold it, Larry. Check out the small-size Ford Ranger. Even though it's smaller, it's tough, too. And Ranger is the most powerful small truck. So, Larry, you don't have to be big to be tough.
You are talking about trucks, of course. Big Ford pickup.
Smaller Ford Ranger. Both built Ford tough.
You're looking at every golf ball that's tougher to cut than MaxFly DDH2. Now you're looking at every ball that's longer than MaxFly DDH2. And lastly, you're looking at every ball that's straighter than MaxFly DDH2. MaxFly DDH2. You've never hit anything tougher, longer, straighter. Get the specially priced 4-ball bonus pack.
Welcome! Working at Shorty, your days belong to somebody else, but your nights are all yours. To Miller time! Now comes your time with the best beer you can find, Miller High Life. Bring your thirsty self right here, you've got the time, we've got the beer. For what you have in mind. Welcome to Miller time.
Here's the picture. The Boston Celtics lead the LA Lakers 127-124. And the man who could be in the spotlight is Michael Cooper, who had more three-point field goals this year than any Laker team ever. The Lakers have never been a good three-point shooting team, and Michael Cooper had more than any Laker club in history. He was 1 for 4 in three-pointers against the Boston Celtics, but that man could also figure, couldn't he?
Magic and Byron Scott, they're all pretty decent outside shooters, and they've got McAdoo that can hit them from out there from the forward spot.
10 seconds in overtime. Worthy, stolen by Emil Carr. And the Boston Celtics have opened up a 5-point lead with 5 seconds to go. And Carr fouls McAdoo with 3 seconds to play. Emil Carr on a big steal on the inbound pass. And the Celtics are leading 129-124.
It's not always easy to inbound the pass. There's M.L. Carr swooping in and picking it up for the stuff, but he makes a foolish move up the other end. He fouls Bob McAdoo. Great play, but he was so exuberant about making the steal and scoring the basket, he went up and fouled Bob McAdoo.
He makes one. It's 129-125. 3 seconds to go, and the Boston Celtics have even this NBA World Championship Series at 2 games apiece. And those who are writing the obituary for the team that have won a record 14 NBA titles in just 4. We will go to game number 5 Friday night in Boston Garden. And you know they'll be rocking their time at 9 o'clock Eastern time.
They have established their way of beating the Lakers. I think this is going to turn into one of those all-time great series.
So the Lakers have 2, and the Celtics have 2, both overtime wins. We'll be back to the Forum in just a moment.
In this rapidly changing world, even the brightest and best manager in the company may need more than a loyal staff to run a smooth operation. For when headquarters calls and pressure builds, it becomes harder to keep things rolling without running into mix-ups, losing control of the operation, and falling behind. For rapid improvement, a manager could use a tool for modern times, the IBM personal computer, for smoother scheduling, better planning, and greater productivity. It can help a manager excel and become a big wheel in the company. The IBM personal computer. See it at a store near you.
Hey, there's only one thing better than success, and that's enjoying it.
Welcome to Miller Time. It's all yours and it's all mine. Bring your first yourself right here. The rich full taste of Miller beer. Miller beer is what you have in mind. Welcome to Miller Time.
Welcome to the rich, smooth taste of Miller High Life.
Our second overtime in this championship series, and the Boston Celtics have won both of them. Several things strike you here tonight. Number one, the 2 men who had been the GOATs as far as the Celtics were concerned played by far their best games of this championship series. That was center Robert Parrish, and then the much maligned guard Dennis Johnson. They came through like champions. And Kevin, you couldn't be happier for a couple of people who were under heat like that, but you called it. You said get Dennis Johnson on Magic Johnson and leave him there.
Dennis Johnson has a history of rising to the challenge. If you give him a challenge, he can play much better basketball. He really outplayed Magic Johnson in the second half, and you can't say that about many guards in this league.
So now, looking down the road, Kevin, the Celtics have regained a home court advantage. It's best 2 out of 3 time.
As we said at the top, Len, at the top of the show, that the Lakers can be beaten before, and they will beat tonight.
All right. I'm Brent Musburger. For Dick Stockton, Tommy Heinsohn, Pat O'Brien, and Kevin Lockery, we certainly hope you enjoyed this game tonight. The final score, again, in overtime, 129-125, and we will be in Boston Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Coverage of the National Basketball Association has been a presentation of CBS Sports.
Continues as today on Sports World, our U.S. basketball team meets a team of NBA All-Stars in a final tune-up for the 1984 Olympics. 1980, the year of the boycott. Our Olympic team, led by Isaiah Thomas and Sam Bowie, took 5 of 6 games from the NBA squad and was favored to continue its Olympic dominance. At the helm of this year's team is the controversial and always colorful coaching genius of Indiana University, Bobby Knight. He's molded an imposing array of talented American athletes, led by former North Carolina star and this year's College Player of the Year, Michael Jordan. In the front line, college basketball's premier intimidator, Georgetown center Patrick Ewing, plus Oklahoma scoring machine Wayman Tisdale, and former North Carolina forward Sam Perkins. Also on hand, St. John's scoring star Chris Mullin. This powerful U.S. team is the early favorite to regain the gold medal won in Montreal in 1976. And also, Sports World Americana looks at an event that year after year lives up to the Olympic ideal. An event not plagued with politics or boycotts. An Olympic special to the athletes and to all who have ever participated. That's all today on NBC Sports World. This is
Brought to you by Bud Light, the less filling light beer with the first name and taste. By Firestone, offering Master Care car service at nearly 2,000 locations nationwide. By Armor All. It's science, but it works like magic. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Hawkeye Fieldhouse, University of Iowa sold out as today the U.S. Olympic basketball team has come to play a team of NBA All-Stars. And we're just about set to go. The Olympians now to be introduced. I'm Don Cricky, and we welcome you on NBC Sports World to a potentially great basketball game because people feel that this could be the greatest Olympic team ever, but they haven't reached that peak yet. The U.S. team needs some fine-tuning in the opinion of Coach Bobby Knight, and we'll see his front-line unit today. I'm joined by Coach Al McGuire, who coached the Marquette National Championship team and some great international teams. Al, are you among those that think this is going to be a gold medal club?
One of my problems, I'm not playing a devil's advocate, but I think we're going to have a hard job winning the Olympics because basketball is 5 people playing at one, and you cannot put a team together in 7 or 8 weeks. And not that America has gotten any worse, the rest of the world has gotten better. I've had teams against Italy, and I've watched Spain play. Both these teams are keepers. So I think it's going to be like a cliffhanger. It's going to be a white knuckle. It's not going to be an automatic goal. So don't count it yet, especially against Italy.
Well, and also they'll be playing under international rules, and that's difficult. There are 25 basic differences between that and college basketball. What's the most difficult to adjust to?
I think the toughest one to adjust to is in the back court. Is when into a transition game, any violation, the referee does not touch the ball. And Bobby Knight's trying to teach team defense where the ball players know where the ball is and where their man is. And the other difficult thing is when the ball hits the rim, you go up and dunk it, or you can knock it away. There's no cylinder in international rules.
Well, the crowd really ripping it up now as the U.S. Olympic team's about to be introduced, and we'll have the starting lineups as we come back to Carver Hawkeye Fieldhouse, the U.S. Olympic team versus the NBA All-Stars.
There's a new pace of business, and it's called
Now! I need it now.
Not tomorrow.
Not today. Not in a minute.
Now!
Now there's a system to handle the now pace of business. MCI Mail. With it, you can send letters and documents all over the continental U.S. instantly. And because you control MCI Mail, you'll know they got it now.
When I say now, I mean now.
Call MCI Mail. Nothing's faster than now.
After the volunteer fireman's drill, we handed out the beer, but we didn't tell them what kind it was.
Okay, it's very smooth, very mellow, and very tasteful. Very good. It's a full-body taste, and that's what I like.
Tell us the name of it so we can go out and buy it.
It's Schaefer, today's Schaefer beer.
Hard to believe that it's Schaefer.
It's better.
It's better.
It's better.
Very good now. I like it. Yeah, very good.
Today's Schaefer is better than ever. Try it. And Schaefer Light. They'll make a Schaefer drinker out of you.
Schaefer's good beer. Excellent beer.
We're your type for memos and manuscripts, love letters for labels and laundry lists. If words are the way you write, we're your type. For hot texts, for doctor's orders, for company checks, police headquarters, for offices big and businesses small. We're your type.
Ready for Florida? Take the plunge without getting soaked. Take a Delta Dream vacation in Orlando, home of Walt Disney World Epcot Center. You get a full week, an Alamo rent-a-car, Delta airfare, and more. So go ahead, take the plunge. See your travel agent now or call Delta Airlines. Delta is ready to make your Orlando vacation affordable. That's the Delta spirit.
Back at the University of Iowa, this is Don Cricky with Al McGuire, the U.S. Olympians being introduced. Our
of the tour against NBA All-Star teams as the U.S. Olympians get set to head to Los Angeles and the games.